मैं ना पुराने पोर्शन को ना हाफ आवर में कंप्लीट नहीं कर सकती ना, ये भी तो प्रॉब्लम है। बायोलॉजिकल क्लासिफिकेशन थोड़ा थोड़ा याद है, प्लांट किंगडम थोड़ा याद है, एनिमल किंगडम भी थोड़ा याद है, मॉर्फोलॉजी का एग्जाम्पल भूल गई शायद, एनाटोमी थोड़ा थोड़ा याद है, कुछ कुछ भूली होंगी शायद, स्ट्रक्चरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तो पूरा ही भूल गई, सेल द यूनिट ऑफ लाइफ ये चैप्टर काफ़ी गंदा है, बार बार भूल जाती हूँ बीच बीच का। बायोमोलिक्यूल्स आई थिंक मैं भूल गई हूँ, वो एंजाइम वाला सेक्शन भूल गई हूँ, सेल साइकिल एंड सेल डिवीजन पूरा भूल गई हूँ, फोटोसिंथेसिस इन हायर प्लांट्स ये मैं बीच बीच का भूल गई हूँ, अच्छे से नहीं किया मैंने इसको। रेस्पिरेशन इन प्लांट्स क्वेश्चन शायद हो पाए लेकिन अभी भूल चुकी हूँ, उसको मुझे उतना नहीं आता। प्लांट ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट हॉर्मोन्स पार्ट भूल गई हूँ, ब्रीदिंग एंड एक्सचेंज ऑफ गैसेस वो कैपेसिटी और वॉल्यूम वाला वो पोर्शन थोड़ा थोड़ा भूल जाती हूँ। बॉडी फ्लूइड एंड सर्कुलेशन फॉर्म्ड एलिमेंट्स वाला पोर्शन शायद भूल गई हूँ क्योंकि उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा थ्योरी है। एक्सक्रीटरी प्रोडक्ट इसका क्या था, आई थिंक इसका तो मैं सारा ही भूल गई, आगे का वो एग्जाम्पल भी इतना ज़्यादा अच्छे से नहीं याद है। वो फिल्ट्रेशन रेट वाला भी भूल गई हूँ। काउंटर करेंट भी इतना ज़्यादा नहीं याद आ रहा है। अब्जॉर्प्शन सिक्रेशन सब कुछ भूल गई हूँ शायद। लोकोमोशन एंड मूवमेंट इसमें से आगे का वो प्रोटीन वाला सेक्शन, रेगुलेटरी प्रोटीन वाला सेक्शन थोड़ा टफ लगा मुझे। न्यूरल कंट्रोल एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन आई डोंट नो, ये आयन का आना जाना मैं भूल जाती हूँ। केमिकल कोऑर्डिनेशन ये तो वैसे भी भूलने वाला टॉपिक है ना, केमिकल कोऑर्डिनेशन तो इतने सारे हार्मोन मैं कैसे याद करूँगी। ह्यूमन हेल्थ एंड डिजीज़ में पीछे का भूल गई हूँ। माइक्रोब्स का एग्जाम्पल भूल गई हूँ, माइक्रोब्स एंड ह्यूमन वेलफेयर का। बायोटेक्नोलॉजी शायद मैं भूल रही हूँ लेकिन मुझे अभी नहीं पता, शायद भूल रही हूँ। ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड पॉपुलेशन भी पीछे वाला भूल गई हूँ शायद। मैं कैसे करूँ इतना सब कुछ है, क्यों भूल जाती हूँ मैं। इसका क्रीम ना मेरे लिप्स में ही अटक गया। आई एम ट्राइंग अयान, लेकिन हो ही नहीं रहा ना। वन टू थ्री फोर वैसे ना इतना टफ टफ तो नहीं बचा है अभी ना, टफ वाला पोर्शन दो ही बचा है, ये प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इनहेरिटेंस और मॉलिक्यूलर बेसिस में ना मैं बीच में अटक गई हूँ। ये चैप्टर थोड़ा इजी ही तो है लेकिन फिर भी मैं अटक गई। बायोटेक एंड इट्स एप्लीकेशन पढ़ लेती हूँ, धीरे धीरे करके पढ़ती हूँ। एक मिनट, वाईफाई आया शायद। कितनी अजीब बात है ना, बायो तो लास्ट ईयर से ही कंप्लीट था, फिर भी बायो ही करना पड़ रहा है। और मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि ना सिर्फ बायो करने से मेरा मार्क्स इंक्रीज नहीं होगा, इसलिए मुझे केमिस्ट्री भी पढ़ना था इस मंथ, लेकिन मैं बायो में ही अटक गई हूँ, इसलिए ज़्यादा डिमोटिवेटेड फील कर रही हूँ। और सच में मैं बायो एक बार पूरा कंप्लीट कर चुकी हूँ, इसलिए तो मैंने नया बुक लिया है बायो का। पुरानी बुक में ना मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ के गंदा गंदा कर लिया है, तो मैं नया बुक से पढ़ लूँ ऐसा करके, वरना 12th की बुक में तो इतना ज़्यादा चेंजेस नहीं था। मुश्किल है लेकिन नामुमकिन तो नहीं। ह्यूमन हेल्थ, डॉक्टर हेल्थ कर लूँगी तो 2 हो जाएगा। इकोसिस्टम, फिर शुरू इकोसिस्टम। इकोसिस्टम इकोसिस्टम एक बार कर चुकी हूँ तो एक्सक्यूज मी। अच्छा, अब वैसे भी ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं बचा है, अब पढ़ाई करते हैं, ओके। 25 मिनट के बाद ब्रेक लेंगे। इकोसिस्टम पढ़ूंगी, इसी चैप्टर से शुरू करूंगी, शायद मुझे अच्छा भी लगे और मैं कर सकती हूँ, है ना। ओ मुझे यहाँ से ही तो देखना था, फिर से बंद कर दिया मैंने, पागल इंसान। पेज नंबर 100 to 105। कितनी बार बोलूँ खुद को कि मैं कर सकती हूँ, बिल्कुल नालायक इंसान की तरह बोलती तो रहती हूँ, होता ही नहीं है। डिकम्पोजिशन पहले मेरे यहाँ से बहुत ज़्यादा मिस्टेक हुआ था, मुझे पता है, इस चैप्टर से मेरा मिस्टेक हुआ था। स्पैरो वाला भी सही है, स्पैरो वाला के बाद इकोलॉजिकल पिरामिड वो भी है, सिर्फ इकोलॉजिकल पिरामिड है। चाय पीने का मुझे पता नहीं क्यों अनकंफर्टेबल सा फील होता है। हाँ एक्सक्यूज मी, एक बार सिलेबस भी देख लेती हूँ ना, डाउनलोड किया करके रखा है मैंने। इट्स ओके ना, इट्स ओके। डाउनलोड्स, नीट सिलेबस, ये वाला। ये एनटीए वाले ना इतना आलसी लोग, थोड़ा सा एरर भी सही नहीं किया। कॉकरोच इंसेक्ट वाला भी सही नहीं किया नया सिलेबस में भी। इस चैप्टर का नाम क्या था? इकोलॉजी, इकोसिस्टम। यूनिट का नाम है इकोलॉजी। इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट, ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड एनवायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन, ये वाला नहीं, इकोसिस्टम है। हाँ, पैटर्न, कंपोनेंट्स, प्रोडक्टिविटी एंड डिकम्पोजिशन, एनर्जी फ्लो, pyramid of number, biomass, energy. Hey, succession of land is not there. It's not there. Hey. Organism and environment, population interaction, mutualism, competition, predation, parasitism, population attributes, growth, birth rate and death rate, age distribution. Pattern components. Energy flow, yes, it's there. Pattern, components, productivity and decomposition. Structure and function, decomposition, productivity, decomposition, energy flow, pyramids of number, ecological pyramid, biomass and energy. Biomass and energy. Biomass. पता नहीं ये बायोमास एंड एनर्जी कहाँ से ऐड कर दिया। पैटर्न कंपोनेंट्स, चलो न्यू एनसीईआरटी से ही मैं पढ़ लेती हूँ। आई थिंक मैंने इकोसिस्टम एक बार कर भी रखा है पहले, इसी साल, रितु नाम से। कंसेप्ट ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी, पैटर्न। अच्छा मैं ये 3 चैप्टर आज कर लेती हूँ ना, अगर ये हो गया तो मैं थोड़ा खुश मुझे खुशी भी मिलेगी। गुड लक एवरीवन, good luck ka. Organism and population, yes I did it once. Ecosystem. See, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Ecosystem. An ecosystem can be visualized as a functional unit of nature. Ecosystem is functional unit of nature where living. I don't have short notes. अगर मेरे पास होता तो मैं कुछ अच्छा ज़्यादा कर सकती थी ना. आई थिंक मुझे कोई टेलीग्राम ग्रुप ज्वाइन करना चाहिए. ट्वेंटी 25 मिनट का है, मैं ऑन कर दे रही हूँ. ओके, आई थिंक अब मुझे थोड़ा पढ़ने का दिल कर रहा है और आई थिंक मैं कर सकती हूँ. An ecosystem can be visualized as a functional unit of nature. Ecosystem, functional unit of nature, where living organism interacts among themselves and also with the surrounding physical environment. Living organism interact and to the surrounding physical environment among themselves, surrounding physical environment, functional unit of nature. Ecosystem varies greatly in size from a small pond to a large forest or a sea. Many ecologists regard the entire biosphere as a global ecosystem. As a composite of all local ecosystem on earth, as a composite of all local ecosystems on earth. Since this system is too much big, मुझे एक चीज़ याद आया, मैं अभी बोल देती हूँ. वैसे मुझे पढ़ाई के बीच में ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं बोल देती हूँ. क्लासेस में ना एक साहिल नाम का बंदा था, उसने इरेजर ना अपने नाक के अंदर डाल दिया और मैंने वही इरेजर टच कर लिया. लेकिन मैंने आके ना डेटोल से हाथ धोया. एंड आई थिंक वो फेल भी हो गया था और वो रिपीट कर रहा है वो क्लास. और उन लोगों की क्लास में ना एक हाइजीन का कोई चैप्टर था ना, तो मैं मिस्टी के लिए वो प्रिपेयर कर दे रही थी. लेकिन मिस्टी जब भी मैंने मिस्टी को वो समझाने की कोशिश की ना, तो मिस्टी वो जब मैं गंदी चीज़ की एग्जांपल दे रही थी मिस्टी को, तो मिस्टी बार बार साहिल को देख रही थी. अब पढ़ते हैं. An ecosystem can be okay, ये तो कर लिया था यहाँ तक. Ecosystem varies greatly in size from a small pond to a large forest or a sea. Many ecologists regard the entire biosphere as a global ecosystem, as a composite of all local ecosystems on Earth. Since this system is too much big and complex to be studied at one time, it is convenient to divide it into two basic categories. Biosphere, two basic categories of biosphere: terrestrial and aquatic. Forest, grassland, and desert are some example of terrestrial ecosystem. Terrestrial ecosystem and aquatic ecosystem. Terrestrial ecosystem and aquatic ecosystem. Interaction of animals among themselves and to the surrounding physical environment. Functional unit of nature is ecosystem. Functional unit of nature is ecosystem. Okay. An ecosystem can be visualized as a functional unit of nature where living organisms interact among themselves and with the surrounding physical environment. हाँ, ये तो हो गया. तो अस्तगफिरुल्लाह. Since the system is too much big, okay, duita type kinsa aquatic or terrestrial. Forest, grassland, and desert. Forest, grassland, and desert. Desert ही बोलते हैं ना इसको. Desert are some example of terrestrial ecosystem. Pond, lake, wetland, wetland, pond, lake, and wetland, along with river and estuary, are some example of aquatic ecosystem. Pond, lake, river, wetland, estuary. Estuary, I don't know, are some example of aquatic ecosystem. There are five, okay? Pond, lake, wetland, river, estuary. Crop field and aquarium. Crop field and aquarium may also be considered as man-made ecosystem. Okay, natural ecosystem, terrestrial and aquatic, man-made, aquarium and aquarium along with crop field. We'll first look at the structure of this ecosystem in order to appreciate the input, productivity, transfer of energy, food chain, wave, nutrient cycling. We will first look at the structure of the ecosystem in order to appreciate the input, productivity, transfer of energy, food chain, weave, food web और न्यूट्रिएंट साइकिलिंग है. न्यूट्रिएंट साइकिलिंग यहाँ पर क्यों दिया है जबकि हटाया गया है? We will first look at the structure of the ecosystem in order to appreciate the input productivity. फिर आउटपुट क्या है? Input productivity, transfer of energy, food chain, food web or nutrient cycling, and the output, degradation and energy loss. We will also look at the relationship, cycle, chain, webs that are created as a result of this energy flows within the system and their interrelationship. We will first look at the structure of the ecosystem in order to appreciate the input, productivity, transfer of energy, food chain, food web and nutrient cycling, and the output, degradation and energy loss. We will also look at the relationship, cycle, chains and webs that are created as a result of this energy flows within the system and their interrelationship. In order to appreciate the input, productivity, transfer of energy, food chain, food web, nutrient cycling, and the output, degradation and energy. Okay, output, degradation and energy loss, input, productivity. Transfer of energy, food chain, web and okay, transfer of energy में आता है ये भी. A nutrient cycling and the output चाहिए हो degradation and energy loss. We will also look at the relationship, cycle, chains, webs that are created as a result of this energy flow within the system and their interrelationship. Input, productivity, output, degradation and energy loss. Energy transfer through food web, nutrient cycling and food chain. मत देखो फिर इसको ना बंद करो. Ecosystem structure and function. In earlier classes, you have looked at the various components of the environment, abiotic and biotic. In earlier classes, you have looked at various components of the environment, abiotic and biotic. You studied how the individual biotic and abiotic factors affected each other and their surrounding. Let us look at this component in a more integrated manner and see how the flow of energy takes place within the components of the ecosystem. Component of the environment, abiotic ra biotic. Ecosystem divide vera aquatic ra terrestrial. Interaction of biotic and abiotic components result in a physical structure that is characteristic for each type of ecosystem. Interaction of biotic and abiotic component result in a physical structure that is characteristics for each type of ecosystem. Identification and enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem give it species composition. Vertical distribution of different species occupying different level is called stratification. For example, tree occupy top vertical strata or layer of a forest. Shrub the second, and herb and grasses occupy the bottom layer. फिर से पढ़ो यहाँ से. Components of environment. In environment को components दुईटा हुन्छ, abiotic र biotic. को component दुईटा हुन्छ, abiotic र biotic. Okay. Interaction of biotic and abiotic component result in a physical structure that is characteristics for each type of ecosystem. Identification and enumeration. Identification and enumeration of plant and animal of an ecosystem gave its species composition. Let me search it. The action of mentioning a number of things one by one. Okay, giving number. Read is it number. Number or numbering. Counting or reciting numbers. Okay, counting this. Identification and counting of plant and animal species of ecosystem gave its species composition. Identification as well as enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem give its species composition. Identification and enumeration gives its species composition. Vertical distribution of different species occupying different level is called stratification. For example, forest, then shrubs, then herbs. Trees occupy the top vertical strata or layer of a forest. Shrubs the second, and herbs and grasses occupy the bottom layers. Vertical strata or layer of a forest. Shut up. Trees occupy the top vertical strata or layer of a forest. Shrubs the second, and herbs and grasses occupy the bottom layer. Trees, shrubs, that is vertical stratification. Stratification means a vertical distribution of different species. Distribution of different species according to the level. Occupying different level. Okay. Occupying different level. Vertical distribution of different species occupying different level is called stratification. For example, trees occupy the भयो यहीँदेखि यहाँसम्म मात्रै vertical distribution of different species occupying different level. Stratification. The components of ecosystem are seen to function as a unit. Component of ecosystem function as a unit when you consider the following aspects. Components of ecosystem are seen to function as a unit when you consider the following aspects. Okay, productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling. Productivity, input, decomposition, along with energy loss, that is output, isn't it? It is degradation, energy loss. Okay, not decomposition, degradation. kind of similar. Productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and one more is there, nutrient recycling. Nutrient cycling. Nutrient cycling. Productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling. Four components of ecosystem. There are four components of ecosystem which act as a which function as a unit. Excuse me. The components of the ecosystem are seen to function as a unit. Okay, function as a unit. Four components of ecosystem: productivity, decomposition, and we have two more: energy flow, nutrient cycling. To understand the ethos of an aquatic ecosystem, let us take a small pond as an example. Search it again. Set of ideas and attitudes associated with a particular group or society. It is ethos in simple word. The distinguishing character, sentiments, moral nature, a guiding belief of a person, group or institution. Distinguishing character. Distinguishing, G-U-I-S-H-I-N-G, distinguishing character, C-H-A-R-A-C-T-E-R-S, characters. To understand Astaghfirullah, I can't help. To understand the ethos of an to understand the characters of an aquatic ecosystem, let us take a small example of an pond. Small pond. Take a small pond as an example. This is fairly a self-sustainable unit. Self-sustainable unit. Pond. Pond is an example of self-sustainable unit. Pond, an example of self-sustainable unit. Is fairly a self-sustainable unit and rather simple example that explains even the complex interaction that exists in an aquatic ecosystem. Complex interaction that exists in an aquatic ecosystem. A pond is a shallow water body in which all the above mentioned four basic components of an ecosystem are well exhibited. Four basic components of ecosystem: productivity, again same, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling. Self-sustainable unit of example of self-sustainable unit of ecosystem: pond. Pond explains complex interaction. That exists in an aquatic ecosystem. Okay. The abiotic component is the water with all the dissolved inorganic and organic substances and the rich soil deposit at the bottom of the pond. The abiotic component, water dissolved in organic and organic substances and rich soil, and the rich soil deposit at the bottom of the pond. Rich soil, inorganic substances that are dissolved in the water, and again water is also an inorganic chemical, right? Organic substances, dissolved inorganic and organic substances, and the rich soil deposit at the bottom of the pond. The solar input, the cycle of the temperature, day length, and other climatic conditions regulate the rate of function of the entire pond. This solar input, the cycle of temperature, day length, and other climatic condition regulate the rate of function of the entire pond. Solar input, cycle of temperature, day length, and other climatic conditions regulate the rate of function of the entire pond. Solar input, cycle of temperature. Solar input, cycle of temperature, day length, and other climatic conditions. Solar input, cycle of the temperature, day length, other climatic condition. Solar input, cycle of temperature, day length, and other climatic condition regulate the rate of function of the entire pond. Abiotic components: water, dissolved inorganic substances, organic substances, along with the rich soil that is deposited in the bottom of the pond. The solar input, cycle of temperature, day length, other climatic condition regulate the rate of function of the entire pond. The autotrophic components include the phytoplankton, some algae, and the floating, submerged, and marginal plants found at the edge. Okay, these are abiotic component. Autotrophic components include the phytoplanktons, some algae, and the floating phytoplanktons, some algae, and the floating, submerged, and marginal plants found at the edge. Components. Autotrophic components include phytoplanktons, some algae, and the floating and submerged marginal plants found at the edge. Okay, floating, submerged, and marginal found in edge. Phytoplanktons, let me check. There's a algae phytoplankton, microscopic marine algae phytoplanktons, archaean algae, algae, marine algae. Phytoplanktons are microscopic marine algae. Microscopic. Microscopic marine algae. Astaghfirullah, you will be okay, ma. Don't worry. The autotrophic components include the phytoplankton, some algae, and the floating, submerged, and marginal plants found at the edges. The consumers are represented by zooplanktons. ऑटोट्रोप्स हाम्रो के हो फाइटोप्लैंक्टन्स हो एल्गी हो र अरू प्लान्ट्स जो कि सबमर्ज पनि हुन सक्छ फ्लोट पनि कतै गरी हुन सक्छ कंज्यूमर्स आर रिप्रेजेंटेड बाय जूप्लैंक्टन के हो पॉन्ड को कंज्यूमर द फ्री स्विमिंग एंड बॉटम ड्वेलिंग ओके दे आर फ्री स्विमिंग एंड बॉटम ड्वेलिंग फॉर्म zooplankton. The free swimming and bottom dwelling form. Let me check once again. Zooplankton. Protozoa. Protozoan नहीं तो है. Protozoan, yes. Those are consumers. Zooplanktons are consumers. The decomposers are the fungi, bacteria, and flagellated, especially. Hey, wait. The decomposers are the fungi, bacteria, and flagellates, especially abundant in the bottom of the pond. Bacteria and flagellates. क्या है ये flagellates? Especially abundant in the bottom of the pond. This system performs all the functions of an ecosystem and of the biosphere as a whole. That is, conversion of inorganic and organic material with the help of the radiant energy of the sun by the autotrophs. Consumption of the autotrophs by heterotrophs. Decomposition and mineralization of the dead matter to release them back for reuse by the autotrophs. Okay, this event are repeated over and over again. This is unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level, and its dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Unidirectional movement of energy. Unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level. Towards the higher trophic level and dissipation and loss as a heat to the environment. You will be fine, bro. Just study. Tu kar sakti hai. You can do it. The decomposers are the fungi, bacteria, and flagellates, spatially abundant in the bottom of the pond. The decomposers are the fungi, bacteria, and flagellates, spatially abundant in the bottom of the pond. Decomposers, fungi, bacteria, flagellates, abundant in the bottom of the pond. Okay. इसमें के छ autotrophs हाम्रो छ first abiotic factor, water, inorganic substances, organic substances, inorganic dissolved form mounts. Okay, and rich soil. That's it. Or external factors के छ solar input, yes, and then day length, cycle of temperature, and other climatic conditions. Rate of the function. Okay, rate के define गर्छ rate of the function. Rate of function pond को rate of function depend गर्छ solar input, cycle of temperature, day length र other climatic conditions मा. Autotrophic मा को छ भन्दा त algae छ, some algae, and then we have phytoplanktons, marine algae. Plant submerged, floating र edge मा पनि हुन सक्छ, marginal. First consumer, pond को consumer को हुन्छ zooplanktons, the free swimming and bottom dwelling. Decomposers, bacteria, fungi र flagellates. I don't know what is flagellate. Fungi, bacteria or flagellate, they are spatially present in the bottom of the pond. Decomposers are the fungi, bacteria and flagellate, especially abundant in the bottom of the pond. This system performs all the function. Okay. This system performs all the function of an ecosystem and of the biosphere as whole. That is, and of the biosphere as a whole. That is conversion of inorganic, okay, of biosphere as a whole. The conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant energy. Okay, this is important. Conversion of inorganic into organic material. Inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant energy of the sun. Radiant energy of the sun by autotrophs. कसले गर्छ? By autotrophs. Autotrophs ले inorganic substance लाई organic मा convert गर्छ. Conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant, and I think this was PYQ somewhere, but I'm not sure. PYQ. Conversion of inorganic into organic material. Conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant energy of the sun by the autotrophs. Consumption of the autotrophs by heterotrophs. Autotrophs लाई कसले खान्छ? Heterotrophs ले. Consumption of अस्तक फिरला, you will be okay. Consumption of the autotrophs by heterotrophs. Performs all the function of an ecosystem, the biosphere as a whole, that is conversion of inorganic components to the organic component with the help of sun. Radiant energy of the sun. By autotrophs को ले by autotrophs. Consumption of autotrophs by heterotrophs. Autotrophs को थियो हाम्रोमा planktons, phytoplanktons. Decomposition and mineralization. Decomposition, okay. Consumption of autotrophs by heterotrophs. Decomposition and mineralization. Decomposition, okay. Mineralization of the dead matter. To release them back to reuse, for reuse, to release them back for reuse by the autotrophs. This event are repeated over and over again. Repeated over and over again. Okay. You will be fine, bro. You will be fine. I think I have to do it. Just don't think about it. Ya Allah, please help me. Conversion of inorganic into organic material. Conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant energy of the sun by the autotrophs. Consumption of the autotrophs by heterotrophs. शायद कर सकते हैं. This system performs all the functions of an ecosystem and of the biosphere as a whole. That is conversion of inorganic into organic material. Conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of the radiant energy of the sun by the autotrophs. Conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of the radiant energy of the sun by the autotrophs. Consumption of autotrophs by heterotrophs. Decomposition and mineralization. Decomposition bacteria or fungi versus mineralization. Reuse nutrient cycling. That matter to release them back for the reuse by the autotrophs. This event are repeated over and over again. There is unidirectional movement of energy towards unidirectional movement of energy. Energy towards higher trophic level, and dissipation and its dissipation and loss as heat to the environment, and its dissipation and loss as a heat to the environment. Unidirectional flow of energy towards the higher trophic level. Consumption of the autotrophs by the heterotrophs. Decomposition and mineralization of dead matters to release them back for reuse by the autotrophs. These events are repeated over and over again. There is unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level, and its dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Stratification, vertical distribution of अभी पढ़ी थी. डोंट से कि तुमने भूल गई. स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन, वर्टिकल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ, क्या था वर्टिकल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ? मुझे एग्जांपल पता है. ट्री, श्रब्स और हर्ब्स था. वर्टिकल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ स्पीसीज with a different trophic level. Vertical distribution of different species, correct? Different levels. Vertical distribution of different species की बात हो रही है. Different species, different level भी. Different species, चार क्या था? Basic components of ecosystem: productivity, decomposition, energy flow, nutrient cycling. Vertical distribution of different species along with different levels, या फिर occupying different levels भी बोल सकते हैं. Pond किस चीज का एग्जाम्पल है? Pond is an example of self-sustainable ecosystem. Self-sustainable ecosystem. Conversion of inorganic to organic by Kulli autotrophs with the help of sun. Radiant energy of the sun, mineralization of the dead matter to release them back for reuse by the autotrophs. Unidirectional movement of energy on this against a higher trophic level body towards the higher trophic level. Unidirectional movement of energy. Dissipation of energy, heat loss. Dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Okay, and till when you studying, I don't know. Shubham said he will study till 3, so I'll study with him till 3. But I want to study more because मैं सुबह बहुत लेट उठती हूँ. I woke up at 11 or 12, I don't know. The day before yesterday, I think I woke up at 11. And yesterday, I think 12 p.m. or something like that. I don't know. I have become a night owl. So I have to study at night. I don't have any other option. I think Shubham left. He is not talking. Or maybe he is studying. Who knows? Shubham, are you there? I'm not. Don't whisper. Consumption of autotrophs by heterotrophs, decomposition and mineralization. Hey, shut up, okay? It's okay, माँ. हाँ, मुझे पता था शुभम यही बोलेगा कि मैं यही हूँ. You can ask शुभम, वो कब तक पढ़ेगा? There's no movement of energy towards the higher trophic level. You're studying too, Shubham. How you guys get motivated to do so? I'm never motivated. I was crying before starting this chapter. You can study with us, Amar. If you want to, you can. See, it's his motivation. These events are repeated over and over again. There is a unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level, and its dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Welcome, Amar. There is unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level, and its dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. कितना अच्छा स्मेल आ रहा है चाय का, लेकिन चाय ही खत्म हो गया. किचन पे है लेकिन मैं नहीं पीऊंगी. Repeated over. The higher trophic level. Unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level, and its dissipation and loss as to the environment. Okay. Next 30 minutes में ये दो करेंगे decomposition तक. Okay, before starting another slot, I'll just do some exercise, so that I can sit for long hours. ओके, हो गया, ज़्यादा एक्सरसाइज नहीं करती हूँ, फिर मैं बाबा रामदेव बन जाती हूँ। मैं ना स्लॉट का टाइम थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा इंक्रीज़ करूँगी। ओके, 5 मिनट, 5 मिनट, 6-7 मिनट इंक्रीज़ हो गया, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं। गुड लक एवरीवन फॉर सेकंड स्लॉट। प्रोडक्टिविटी, ए शट अप। इसका तो सेशन से पहले ही खराब चलने लगा है। प्रोडक्टिविटी, a constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement for any ecosystem to function and sustain. Productivity, a constant input of solar energy. Constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement for any ecosystem to function and sustain. For the sustenance of ecosystem, the basic input is solar energy. Constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement for an ecosystem to function and sustain. Basic requirement for any ecosystem to function and sustain. A constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement for any ecosystem to function and sustain. Constant input of solar energy. Constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement for any ecosystem to function and sustain. A constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement for any ecosystem to function and sustain. Productivity, decomposition, I think. Constant input of solar energy for the basic requirement of any ecosystem to function and sustain. कुनै पनि इकोसिस्टम को फंक्शन या फिर सस्टेनेंस को लागि बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट हुन्छ constant solar energy. Primary production is defined as the amount of biomass or organic matter produced per unit area over a time period. Primary production. It is defined as the amount of biomass. You can do it, Ima. Primary production is defined as the amount of biomass or organic matter produced per unit area over a time period by plants during photosynthesis. Primary production is defined as the amount of biomass. Primary production is defined as the amount of biomass. Katti biomass or organic matter produced. Amount of biomass or organic product produced per unit area over a time period by plants during photosynthesis. It is expressed in terms of weight. Gram per meter square or energy. Okay, weight or energy को express in terms of weight, gram per meter square or energy, kilocalorie per meter square. The rate of biomass production is called productivity. Rate like event huh? Productivity. Amount like production. Primary production amount हो, rate के हो productivity. Rate के हो productivity. Ay, chichi. I think I need to change it from here. Yeah, I can change it. Good. Primary production is the amount defined as the amount of biomass or the organic matter formed या फिर produced per unit area by the plants during photosynthesis. It is expressed in terms of either weight or energy. It can be expressed in terms of weight and energy. Primary production, okay. In terms of weight, it is weight and energy, okay. In weight, it is gram per meter square. And if it is expressed in terms of energy, then kilocalorie per meter square. Kilocalorie per meter square. The rate of biomass production is called productivity. Rate of biomass production. Rate of biomass production is called productivity. Okay, productivity is expressed in terms of gram per meter square per year or kilocalorie per meter square per year. Okay, productivity is again expressed in terms of weight or in terms of energy. Productivity. One is production, other one is productivity. Productivity. In terms of weight, gram per meter square per year. In terms of energy, kilocalorie per meter square per year. Kilocalorie per meter square per year. To compare the productivity of different ecosystem, it is expressed in terms of to compare the productivity of different the productivity of different ecosystem. We can compare the productivity of different ecosystem. Productivity of different ecosystem, we can compare it. Production, primary production. The amount of biomass or organic matter produced. In a particular area per unit time. Per unit area over a time period by plant during photosynthesis. Compare the productivity different ecosystem. Okay, productivity it is expressed in terms of productivity. The rate of production of biomass. The rate of production of biomass is called productivity. It is again expressed in terms of weight and energy. Weight, gram per meter square per year. Gram per meter square. Energy को terms में भयो भने चाहिँ kilocalorie per meter square per year. We can compare the productivity of different ecosystem. Productivity, okay. It can be divided into gross production. It can be divided into gross primary production (GPP) and net primary production (NPP). Gross primary productivity. It can be divided into gross primary productivity (GPP) and net primary productivity (NPP). Productivity can be divided into GPP and NPP. Gross primary productivity. मेरे आंखों में कुछ चला गया है शायद. नहीं तो कुछ भी तो नहीं है. नहीं, इससे भी मेरे आंखों में इन्फेक्शन हो जाएगा ज़्यादा लगाने से. पहले भी पेन कर रहा था. Compare the productivity of different ecosystem. It can be divided into gross. 1, 2, 3. It can be divided into gross primary productivity (GPP) and net primary productivity. Divided into gross primary productivity (GPP) and net primary productivity (NPP). Okay, productivity can be divided into GPP, gross primary productivity, and net primary productivity. Gross primary productivity, net primary productivity. Gross primary productivity of an ecosystem is the rate of production. It is again rate, productivity rate. प्रोडक्शन नहीं था, वो प्रोडक्टिविटी था. Gross primary productivity of an ecosystem is the productivity. Gross primary productivity of an ecosystem is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. During photosynthesis, the rate of production of organic matter. Rate of production of organic matter. Gross primary product नहीं लिखना चाहिए था शायद. Gross primary productivity. Gross primary productivity GPP. Of an ecosystem is the rate of production of organic matter. Rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. Rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. A considerable amount of GPP is utilized by plant in respiration. Gross primary productivity minus respiratory losses are. Rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. During photosynthesis. Photosynthesis हुँदाखेरि कति amount चाहिँ organic matter produce गर्छ त्यसलाई के भन्छ GPP. Rate of production of organic matter. Rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. A considerable amount. Considerable, ये मैंने पहले गलत किया था, मुझे अभी भी पता है. I think ये ना 2023 की बात है. 2023 हाँ, तब मैंने गलत किया था. रेस्पिरेटरी लॉसेस था आंसर, मैंने कर दिया रेस्पिरेटरी कोशेंट. ये मुझे अच्छे से पता है. इस चैप्टर का मैंने पहले भी बहुत सारा रॉन्ग किया था एग्जाम में. एक बार वो डिकम्पोजिशन से भी किया था रॉन्ग मैंने. कैटाबोलिज्म समथिंग में. रेस्पिरेशन लॉसेस था वो, कोशेंट नहीं था. रेस्पिरेटरी लॉसेस. अब मुझे ये जिंदगी भर याद रहेगा क्योंकि तब मेरा 5 मार्क्स गया था ना, तो लॉस हो गया था 5 मार्क्स का. तो रेस्पिरेशन के बाद क्वेश्चन में लॉसेस रहेगा. A considerable amount of GPP is utilized by plants and respiration. Considerable amount of GPP, gross primary productivity, is of an ecosystem is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis by plants. The rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis, GPP. A considerable amount of GPP या फिर ओके या GPP बोल सकते लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक मैटर दिया है तो वही पढ़ो. GPP ही दिया है. A considerable amount of GPP is utilized by plants. Utilized by who? Plants in respiration. In respiration. A considerable amount of gross primary productivity is utilized by plants in respiration. GPP, gross primary productivity minus respiratory losses are. Gross primary productivity minus respiratory losses. ये respiratory losses है. Loss 5 मार्क्स का लॉस हो गया था. Respiratory losses. Respiratory losses. Gross primary productivity minus respiratory losses are. Is the net primary productivity NPP. NPP क्या होता है? GPP minus R, where R is respiratory losses, not respiratory quotient. R respiratory losses. A considerable amount of GPP is utilized by plants during respiration. Utilized by plants and respiration. A considerable amount of GPP is utilized by plants and respiration. Gross primary productivity minus respiratory losses is the net primary productivity NPP. GPP minus R equals to NPP. Net primary productivity, okay. Gross primary productivity, net primary productivity, gross primary productivity GPP, net primary productivity NPP. You can do it. Net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption to heterotrophs. NPP is the available biomass for the consumption to heterotrophs. Heterotrophs से डल्ले GPP पाऊंगे ना only. NPP कौन सा? Net is the available biomass. Available biomass इसे क्या बोलते हैं? Available biomass बोलते हैं. Available biomass for the consumption by या फिर कंजम्पशन टू हेटेरोट्रोप्स, herbivores and decomposers, herbivores and decomposers. Secondary productivity is defined as the, okay, primary productivity production था, gross primary productivity, net primary productivity, secondary productivity. Secondary productivity defined as the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumers. Rate of formation of new organic matter by consumers. Secondary productivity. Secondary productivity is defined as the rate of formation of new organic matter. Rate of formation of new organic matter by consumers. Formation of आज ना कुत्ता ने बाहर इतना ज़्यादा वो बनाया था, एक होल भी बनाया था, तो आई थिंक वो वापस से आ गए. कुछ साउंड आ रहा है ना फिर से. Net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption to heterotrophs. Net primary productivity. Okay, ये तो नहीं था. Secondary productivity is defined as the rate of formation of new organic matter. ये नहीं आना चाहिए. New organic matter by consumers. Rate of formation of new organic matter by consumers. Rate of formation of new organic matter by consumers. Consumers भी new organic matter form करते हैं. Secondary productivity बोलते हैं. Secondary productivity. Primary productivity depends on plant species inhabiting a particular area. Primary productivity depends on the plant species inhabiting. अरे क्या लिखा है मुझे भी नहीं समझ. Inhabiting ही लिखा है. Inhabiting, I don't know. गूगल पे देखती हूँ. All inhabiting ठीक है. Primary productivity depends on the plant species inhabiting a particular area. Depends. Primary productivity GPP and NPP on plant species. Depends on plant species inhabiting a particular area. It also depends on variety of environmental factors, availability of nutrients, and photosynthetic capacity of plants. Okay, primary productivity के केमा डिपेन्ड गर्छ प्लान्ट कुन चाहिँ एरियामा छ, लोकेसनमा. त्यहाँदेखि इन्भाइरोमेन्टल फ्याक्टर्स कस्तो छ, न्युट्रिएन्ट्सको अभाइलिटी राम्रो छ कि छैन, photosynthetic capacity of the plant. Therefore it varies in different types of ecosystem. The annual net primary, okay, therefore it varies. Primary productivity varies in different types of ecosystem. Okay, primary productivity चाहिँ फोटोसिन्थेसिसको दौरान कति अर्ग्यानिक म्याटर फर्म हुँदैछ, प्राइमेरी प्रोडक्टिभिटी हो. त्यो प्राइमेरी प्रोडक्सन हो. सडा प्राइमेरी प्रोडक्टिभिटी के हो त्यसो भए? रेट अफ बायोमास प्रोडक्सन, कति बायोमास प्रोडक्ट, ओके, कति बायोमास प्रोड्युस हुँदैछ पर्टिकुलर टाइममा. Primary productivity depends on the plant species inhabiting a particular area. It also depends on variety of environmental factors. Availability of nutrients and photosynthetic capacity of the plants. It also depends on variety of environmental factors, availability of nutrients and photosynthetic capacity of the plants. Therefore, it varies in different types of ecosystem. Primary productivity छ कति बायोमास फर्म हुँदैछ, रेट अफ कतिको रेट speed हो, rate is related to speed. Given time मा कसले बेसी कम्ती बायोमास प्रड्युस गर्दैछ यो डिपेन्ड गर्छ different ecosystem. Therefore it different types of ecosystem. The annual net primary productivity of whole biosphere is approximately annual net primary productivity of the whole biosphere is approximately 170 billion tons. 170 billion tons dry weight of the organic matter. Okay, dry weight of the organic matter. Of this, despite occupying about 70% of the surface, despite occupying 70% of the surface, the productivity of ozone are only 55 billion tons. 55. 170 and 55. 170 and 55. Okay. Aquatic. Ocean 55 billion tons. Ani whole biosphere 170 billions. Whole biosphere. The annual. This is annual net primary productivity net. Okay, jati secondary consumers को लागि कति बाँच्छ त्यो. Net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption of heterotrophs. Heterotrophs को लागि, okay. Net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption of heterotrophs. Net primary productivity of the whole biosphere is approximately 170 billion tons. 170 billion tons of okay, dry weight हो यो. Dry weight of organic matter. Dry weight of organic matter. Biomass. Of this, despite occupying 70% of the surface, productivity of ocean is 55 billion tons. Productivity of ocean. Rest of course is on land. Discuss the main reason for the low productivity of ocean with your teacher. I think decomposition. Decomposition करना चाहिए मुझे. कोई ऐसे हाईलाइट करता है क्या बुक को? सब कुछ ही हाईलाइट कर दिया मैंने. Sunlight, lack of biodiversity and nutrients. Nitrogen content low. Okay, these are the factors. Sunlight, lack of biodiversity. Biodiversity and nutrient. $55 billion tons. Okay. The productivity मा एउटा हाम्रो प्राइमेरी प्रोडक्सन हुन्छ. प्राइमेरी प्रोडक्सन के हो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ amount of biomass or organic matter formed by plants during photosynthesis in a particular time period in a particular area per unit area 1 meter square. छोड़ो ऐसा ही कुछ दो फॉर्म में एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हैं, वेट के फॉर्म में या फिर एनर्जी के. Okay, when we express primary production in terms of weight, the unit will be gram per meter square, and अगर एनर्जी के फॉर्म में किया तो किलो कैलोरी per meter square. We have a GPP. Okay, productivity, rate of production of biomass. Productivity दुईटा टाइप को हुन्छ. Primary productivity दुईटा टाइप को हुन्छ, GPP र NPP. Secondary productivity is different. Okay, GPP, gross primary productivity, is the total biomass produced by plants during photosynthesis. यही था ना इसका ग्रॉस प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ एन इकोसिस्टम, रेट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक मैटर ड्यूरिंग फोटोसिंथेसिस। यहाँ यूनिट वेटमा एक्सप्रेस गर्यो भने ग्राम पर मिटर स्क्वायर पर इयर, एनर्जीमा गर्यो भने किलो क्यालोरी पर मिटर स्क्वायर पर इयर। गुड जब। नेट प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिभिटी के हो? नेट प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिभिटी चाहिँ कति अभाइलेबल छ बायोमास हेट्रोट्रोप्सको कन्जम्सनको लागि, द अभाइलेबल बायोमास for heterotrophs, available biomass for the consumption of heterotrophs, GPP minus R is equals to GPP minus R, gross primary productivity, NPP is net primary productivity, R is respiratory losses, consumption to heterotrophs, herbivores पनि हुन सक्छ, decomposers पनि हुन सक्छ, heterotrophs, herbivores र decomposers. Secondary productivity, it is the biomass produced by consumers. Henna, the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumers. Correct. कौन प्रोड्यूस करता है? कंज्यूमर्स प्रोड्यूस करते हैं न्यू ऑर्गेनिक मैटर बाय कंज्यूमर्स। द रेट ऑफ फॉर्मेशन ऑफ, ओके ये भी रेट ही है, प्रोडक्टिविटी जब जब आएगी वो रेट होगी, प्रोडक्शन अमाउंट होगी। प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी केमा डिपेन्ड गर्छ? प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी फर्स्ट यो डिपेन्ड गर्छ कुन चाहिँ एरियामा छ, न्युट्रिएन्ट कस्तो, अभाइलिटी अफ न्युट्रिएन्टमा पनि डिपेन्ड गर्छ, एन्भाइरोमेन्टल फ्याक्टर्समा डिपेन्ड गर्छ, अनि वाट एल्स तिनवटा मात्रै, प्लान्ट स्पेसिस एन्ड मिटिङ पर्टिकुलर एरिया, डिपेन्ड्स अन एन्भाइरोमेन्टल फ्याक्टर, अभाइलिटी अफ न्युट्रिएन्ट्स एन्ड फोटोसिन्थेसिस। ओके प्लान्टले फोटोसिन्थेसिस कति गर्न सक्छ, capacity, photosynthetic capacity of the plant. Annual, you can define the annual net primary productivity. Available is the available biomass of the consumption of heterotrophs. Net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption to heterotrophs. Net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption of heterotrophs. ये तो हो गया। And different ecosystem में productivity vary गर्छ। Annual net primary productivity biosphere को, whole biosphere को 170 billion tons, whereas ocean को 55 billion tons. Now decomposition. इतना टाइम तो बचा ही नहीं, यहाँ तक तो कर ही सकते हैं शायद। You may have heard of the earthworm being referred to as farmer's friend. Earthworm being referred to as farmer's friend. This is so because they help in the breakdown of complex organic matter as well as in loosening the soil. This is because they help, okay. They help in breaking down the complex organic matter, breakdown of complex organic matter as well as loosening the soil. Soil लाई लूज बनाइदिन्छ अनि breakdown of complex organic matter लाई पनि break गराउँछ, breakdown of complex organic matter. Similarly, decomposers break down complex organic matter into inorganic substances like carbon dioxide, water and nutrient, and the process is called decomposition, okay. Decomposition break down complex organic matter into inorganic substances like carbon dioxide, water, nutrients. Carbon dioxide, okay, inorganic. Carbon dioxide, water, nutrients, and the process is called decomposition. Decomposition is the process of breakdown of organic matter into simple inorganic compounds like water, other nutrients and carbon dioxide. Breakdown, complex, okay, breakdown. Complex organic matter into inorganic substances. यहाँ पर भी तो हुआ था conversion of inorganic into organic, ये तो गलत था नहीं, opposite था, Conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant energy of sun by the autotrophs. Okay, इनऑर्गेनिक कंपोनेंट को ऑर्गेनिक बनाते हैं प्लांट्स सन की हेल्प से. डिकम्पोजिशन में ऑर्गेनिक मैटर को ब्रेक डाउन करके इनऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड्स बनाएंगे. ओके. Dead plants remains such as leaves, bark, flowers, and dead remains of dead plants remains such as dead plant remains such as leaves, bark, flowers, and dead remains of animals, including fecal matter, constitute detritus. Okay. Dead plant को leaf, flower, bark, and dead body of animal along with fecal matter is called a detritus. Dead remains of animals, including fecal matter, constitute detritus. Detritus, which is the raw material for decomposition. Detritus क्यों raw material? Detritus is the raw material for decomposition. Decomposition को लागि के चाहिन्छ? Raw material. त्यसै के हो? Detritus. Detritus is the raw material for decomposition. The important steps in the process of decomposition are fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. FLCH. FL. Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. The important process of decomposition is fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification and mineralization. इसका हम लोग ट्रिक बना पाते तो अच्छा होता. The important steps in the process of decomposition are fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification and mineralization. Leaching, catabolism, humification and mineralization. Look mineralization, mine. Look. Frog. Look at the sky. Is mine. From frag. Fiona. Faith. Farah. Felix. Look at this cat. Here's mine. Okay. Trick. Felix. Look at this cat. He is mine. Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. Good. हो गया, सेकंड स्लॉट भी है ना. Okay. There are important steps in the process of decomposition. Important steps in the process of decomposition. Fragmentation, Felix, look, leaching at this cat, catabolism and catabolism. He is humification, 9, mineralization. Humification and mineralization. कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड को इनऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड लाइक कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, वाटर एंड न्यूट्रिएंट्स में कन्वर्ट करना होता है डिकम्पोजिशन में. Decomposition. Dead plant remains such as leaves, barks, flowers, and detritus is the raw material for decomposition. मैं फिर से चाय लेके आती हूँ ना, या फिर ना पीऊँ ज़्यादा चाय, लेकिन मेरे पास इतना सा बचा है. अच्छा ठीक है, फिर मैं भी चाय पीती हूँ. हाँ किस जो हाँ, अब आई थिंक ना स्लॉट का टाइम इंक्रीज करेंगे, 40 मिनट करेंगे. Really? That's insane. मैं कंफ्यूज हो गई, लेकिन छोड़ो, क्या ही कर सकते हैं. मैं चाय लेके आई, ओके, फिर पढ़ेंगे. जब कोई आप पूछे पता नहीं तुम क्या बोल रहे हो यादव, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। वेलकम बैक। मुझे बोल रहे हो सुन। ऑब्वियसली करेंगे ही। हाँ ओनली स्टूडेंट्स है, सब लोग स्टूडेंट्स है, और जो भी थर्ड की अंकल लोग आते हैं ना उन लोगों को जाने के लिए बोलते हैं। तुम भी स्टूडेंट नहीं हो तो यू कैन गो। क्योंकि ये तो छोटू सा एकदम स्टूडेंट कम्युनिटी है ना, तो देर इज़ नो प्लेस फॉर अंकल। मैं ना स्लॉट का टाइम बढ़ा देती हूँ, 35 करूँ? 35 नहीं 40 ही कर देते हैं ना। ओके गुड नाइट सोनू। यहाँ पे करेंगे वही बात है। Ecological pyramid and then chapter done. Good luck everyone. Good luck Shubham if you are there. Good luck Shri. Shri तो चला गया I guess. Okay, fine. Detrivores. Example: earthworm. Break down detrivores. Example: earthworm. Break down detritus into smaller particles. Detrivores break down detritus into smaller particles. This process is called fragmentation. Fragmentation is the process of breaking down of detritus by detrivores into smaller particles. That is fragmentation. By the process of leaching, the water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon and and get precipitated as unavailable salts. The process of leaching. Water soluble inorganic nutrients go down to the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salts. That is leaching. Water soluble inorganic substance. Water soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon. Nutrients go down into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salts. Precipitated as unavailable salts. खत्म हो गया? हाँ, खत्म हो गया. Bacterial and fungal enzymes degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. ये भी PYQ था, मैंने गलत किया था. Bacterial and fungal enzymes degrade detritus into simpler inorganic. वहाँ पर smaller particles था ना. Simpler inorganic substances. टू 2022 का भी हो सकता है. का ही था शायद. 2020. Detrivores. Example: earthworm. Break down detritus into smaller particles. This process is called fragmentation. By the process of leaching, water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salt. 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. 282. Detrivores. Example: earthworm. Break down detritus into smaller particles. This process is called fragmentation. By the process of leaching, water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salts. Bacterial and fungal enzymes degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. Bacterial and fungal enzymes degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. Simpler inorganic substances. Particles, okay, break down into smaller particles. Simpler inorganic substances. Degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. Catabolism. Detrivores. Example: earthworm. Break down the detritus into smaller particles. This process is called fragmentation. By the process of leaching, water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down to the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salt. Water-soluble inorganic nutrients into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salt. You will be okay. Bacterial and fungal enzyme degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. Bacterial and fungal enzyme degrade detritus into simple inorganic substances. ये point बहुत ज़्यादा याद करो please. Bacterial और fungal enzyme की गर्षा detritus लाई simpler inorganic substance में convert करता. Degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. It is important to note that all the above three steps in decomposition operates, okay? All above steps in decomposition, you will be okay, operate simultaneously on the detritus. Figure 12.1. Diagrammatic representation of decomposition cycle in a terrestrial ecosystem. A tree grows in the soil. A green leaf falls into the ground. Some are eaten by insects and other animals. Nutrients and energy. food wave. Leaves partially consumed by decomposers such as fungi and bacteria, they begin to lose form and become litter. Some nutrient leach into soil by chemical action. Further decomposition by earthworm, bacteria, soil mites, fungi, etc. Organic rich soil and again consumed by plants. A tree grows in soil, a green leaf fall to the ground. Some are eaten by insect and other animals. Nutrients and energy enters food web. Okay, and some leaves are partially consumed by the decomposers such as fungi and bacteria. They begin to lose form and become litter. Further decomposition leads into soil by chemical action. Further decomposition by earthworm, bacteria, some soil mites, fungi, etc. Organic rich soil. Okay, again plant ले लेता है इसको इनऑर्गेनिक. देखो प्लांट में इनऑर्गेनिक चीज़ें होता है, सनलाइट की हेल्प से ऑर्गेनिक प्रोड्यूस किया जाता है ना, ऑर्गेनिक बनाया जाता है उसको, उसके बाद सर्कुलेट होता है, फिर बाद में तो इनऑर्गेनिक ही बनाना है ना, कम्प्लेक्स ऑर्गेनिक मैटर इनटू इनऑर्गेनिक सब्सटेंस विद कार्बन कम. The fragmentation, the process of leaching. Water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salt. Bacterial and fungal enzymes degrade the detritus into simpler inorganic substances. Inorganic substance on the catabolism. Formation of simple inorganic substance by the action of detrivores. Fungal enzyme degrade the detritus. Bacterial and fungal enzyme. Particles. Simpler inorganic. Okay, simple substance, smaller substance, simpler inorganic substance. Okay. Fungal enzymes ले गर्दैछ यहाँ के लिए गर्दैछ enzymes degrade detritus. माथि के लिए गर्दैछ breakdown of detrivores ले गर्दैछ degrade. Enzymes degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. It is important to note all the above steps. Okay, fragmentation, leaching and catabolism. Fragmentation, leaching and catabolism, they occur simultaneously, operate simultaneously on the detritus. Humification and mineralization occur during decomposition in the soil. Humification and mineralization. Humification and mineralization occurs during decomposition in the soil. Humification leads to accumulation of dark colored amorphous substances. Amorphous substance called humus, that is highly resistant to microbial action and undergoes decomposition slowly. Decomposition at an extremely slow rate. Okay, it is a dark colored amorphous substance. Okay. Humification leads to accumulation of dark colored. Astaghfirullah. You will be fine है ना? हाँ, लेकिन मुझे बुरा लगा. Humification leads to accumulation of dark colored amorphous substance that is highly resistant to microbial action and undergoes decomposition at an extremely slow rate. That is your humus decomposition. Microbial action and undergoes decomposition at an extremely slow rate. Being colloidal in nature, it serves as reservoir of nutrients. The humus is further degraded by some microbes and release of inorganic nutrients occur by the process. भाई यहाँ पर भी release of inorganic nutrients, वहाँ पर inorganic substance था ना, smaller या फिर simpler inorganic substances. Mineralization मा the same कुरा रहेछ. त्यहाँनिर enzymes ले हुँदै थियो, यहाँनिर some microbes ले हुँदैछ. Colloidal nature. Being colloidal in nature, it serves as reservoir of minerals, reservoir of nutrients. So, reservoir of nutrients, colloidal. Let me check once again. Excuse me. COLLOIDAL, colloidal. Any substance consisting of particles substantially larger than atoms or ordinary molecules but too small to be visible to unaided eye. Colloid, any substance consisting of particle substantially larger than the atoms or ordinary molecule but too small to be visible to an unaided eye. Mixture in which one substance consisting of microscopically dispersed insoluble particles. Okay. Being colloidal in nature, it serves as reservoir of nutrients. Being colloidal in nature, it serves as a reservoir of nutrients. The humus is further degraded by some microbes and release of inorganic nutrients occur by the process known as mineralization. Okay, humus is further degraded. Humus पनि के हुन सक्छ, degrade हुन सक्छ. Humus is further degraded by some microbes and release inorganic nutrients. This process is called mineralization. Okay, humus will degrade on this. Humus is degraded by some microbes. Some microbes release inorganic nutrients. Okay, inorganic nutrients and occur by the process known as mineralization. And like mineralization, catabolism. Okay, bacterial and fungal enzymes. उतानिर के थियो microbes, some microbes. Detritus into simpler inorganic substances. Detritus लाई simple inorganic substances बनाउँछ. त्यतानिर mineralization मा humus लाई inorganic nutrient मा convert गर्दैछ. Inorganic nutrients. Okay, by the process called mineralization. हम जाएंगे कभी फिर कभी. Decomposition is largely an oxygen requiring. I can't believe. Decomposition is largely an oxygen requiring process. The rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical composition of detritus and climatic factors. Decomposition is largely an oxygen requiring process. Decomposition is largely an oxygen requiring process. The rate of decomposition is controlled by Hey, that will be embarrassing. Who cares? Only you will care. So don't focus there. Focus here in these studies. Decomposition is largely oxygen requiring process. Decomposition के हो? Oxygen चाहिन्छ के decomposition को लागि? Is largely an oxygen requiring process. The rate of decomposition को rate केमा depend गर्छ? The rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical composition of the detritus and climatic factors. In a particular climatic condition, decomposition rate is slower. Decomposition को rate कहिलेको हुन्छ? Rate slower if the detritus is rich in lignin and chitin, chemical है यो त factors, and quicker if the detritus is rich in nitrogen and water soluble substances like sugars. Temperature and soil moisture are the most important climatic factors. Temperature. temperature and temperature रखी वो और को temperature र soil moisture. Temperature and soil moisture are the most important climatic factors. Most important climatic factors that regulate decomposition through their effect on the activities of soil microbes. Temperature and soil moisture. मुझे temperature को पता नहीं क्यों temperature बोलने का दिल कर रहा है. Temperature and soil moisture are the most important climatic factors that regulate decomposition through their most important climatic factors that regulate decomposition through their effects on activities of soil microbes. Regulate decomposition through their effects are the most important climatic factors that relate to decomposition through their effect on activities of soil microbes. Through their effects on the activities of soil microbes. Warm and moist environment favor decomposition, whereas low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition, resulting in buildup of organic materials. Warm and moist environment favor decomposition, whereas low temperature and मैं क्या बोलूँगी? मुझे भी नहीं पता मैं क्या बोलूँगी. Soil moisture are the most important climatic factors that regulate decomposition through the effects on the activities of soil microbes. Warm and moist environment favor decomposition. Warm moist environment favors decomposition, whereas low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition. Low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition, resulting in build up of organic matter. Okay, decomposition ढिलो कहिले हुन्छ. The rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical composition of the detritus and climatic factor. Controlled by chemical composition and climatic factor. Decomposition rate is slower. Lignin and chitin. Rich in detritus is rich in lignin and chitin. Quicker कहिले हुन्छ जब detritus is rich in nitrogen and water soluble substances like sugars. Temperature and soil moisture. Temperature or soil moisture is the most important climatic factor. Temperature, soil moisture. Temperature and soil moisture. Temperature तो याद होगा. Soil moisture. Okay, warm and moist environment. Warm tatura moist environment favors decomposition. Warm and moist environment. Warm and moist environment favors decomposition. Low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition. Okay, इसलिए favor गर्छ decomposition. Inhibit गर्छ. Okay, इसको ना inhibit को इस करके mark कर दो. Inhibit decomposition, resulting in build up of organic materials. Build up of organic materials. Okay, इसको एक बार फिर से पढ़ लेते हैं. Decomposition को 5 छोटा steps. Felix से हम लोगों का होगा fragmentation. Felix, look, look say leaching at this catabolism. Here's mine. Humus mineralization. Okay. Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. These are the 5 important steps of decomposition. Complex organic matter. Okay. डिकम्पोजर्सले के गर्छ कम्प्लेक्स अर्ग्यानिक म्याटरलाई इनअर्ग्यानिक सब्स्टान्सेस बनाउँछ जस्तै कार्बन डाइअक्साइड वाटर र न्युट्रिएन्ट्स सोइल अर्थवर्मले सोइल युज गराउँछ एज वेल एज अर्ग्यानिक सब्स्टान्सेसलाई इनअर्ग्यानिक सब्स्टान्स पनि बनाउँछ ब्रेकडाउन अफ कम्प्लेक्स अर्ग्यानिक म्याटर्स एज वेल अयो इतना सब कुछ करना है और नहीं तो Decomposers break down complex organic matter into inorganic substances like carbon dioxide, water and पता नहीं उसने क्यों ऐसा बोला क्यों बोला कितना कुछ चल रहा है मेरे दिमाग में Decomposers break down complex organic matter into inorganic substances like carbon dioxide, water and nutrients. इसको decomposition बोल सकते हैं. Detritus, fecal matter, dead bodies of animals, dead leaves, flowers and क्या था? Plant remains such as leaves, bark, flowers and dead remains of animals, including fecal matter, constitute detritus. Detritus is the raw material for decomposition. Okay, detrivores example earthworm. Earthworm is an example of detrivores. Okay, break down the organic matter. Okay, break down the detritus into simple particles. Simple या फिर smaller particles. Break down detritus into smaller particles. This process is called fragmentation. By the process of leaching. Okay, leaching मा के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि water soluble inorganic salts precipitate in the bottom or the horizon of soil. Water soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unused salt, unavailable salt. That is called leaching. Okay, bacterial and fungal enzymes act on organic substances and gives simpler inorganic substances. Bacterial and fungal enzyme degrade detritus. Okay, detritus की बात कर रहे हैं. Detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. The bacterial and fungal enzymes degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. Okay, it is important to note all the above step. That is, first fragmentation, leaching, and catabolism. Fragmentation, leaching, and catabolism. These 3 steps occur simultaneously. The above 3 steps in decomposition operate simultaneously on the detritus. Humification and mineralization occur during decomposition in the soil. Humification, okay, formation of humus. Humus is a dark colored amorphous substance. Okay, it is highly resistant to microbes. This is the reason why they undergoes slow decomposition. Anything else? Humus is small. No, that's it. Okay, being colloidal, they act as nutrient reservoir. That is humus. Leading to accumulation of a dark-colored amorphous substance called humus that is highly resistant to microbial action and undergoes decomposition at an extremely slow rate. Being colloidal in nature, it serves as a reservoir of nutrients. The humus is further degraded. Okay, humus is further degraded by some microbes. Okay, humus को भी degrade कर सकता है कुछ microbes की help से. उसे क्या बोलते हैं? Mineralization. Even in mineralization, humus is degraded into inorganic substances. Am I right? The humus is further degraded by some microbes and release of inorganic nutrients. Substances मत बोलना, inorganic nutrients बोलना. इनऑर्गेनिक न्यूट्रिएंट्स। ह्यूमस क्या एक्ट करेगा? सम माइक्रोब्स। प्रोडक्ट क्या होगा? इनऑर्गेनिक न्यूट्रिएंट्स। इसको हम लोग बोलते हैं मिनरलाइजेशन। डिकम्पोजिशन इज लार्जली एन ऑक्सीजन रिक्वायरिंग प्रोसेस। ओके, डिकम्पोजिशन में ऑक्सीजन चाहिए होता है। डिकम्पोजिशन इज लार्जली एन ऑक्सीजन रिक्वायरिंग प्रोसेस। ऑक्सीजन रिक्वायरिंग प्रोसेस। तो डिपेंड्स ऑन different factors. Decomposition is largely an oxygen requiring process. The rate of decomposition is controlled by, okay, rate of decomposition को control गर्छ, rate of decomposition दुईटा कुराले control गर्छ। के हो? एउटा हो हाम्रो chemical composition of the detritus, chemical composition of detritus and climatic factors. Chemical composition of detritus र climatic factors दुईटा कुराले के गर्छ? Decomposition लाई control गर्छ। Decomposition largely oxygen requiring process हो, aerobic process. The rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical decomposition. The rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical composition. The rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical composition. Chemical composition of detritus र अर्को के हुन्छ? अर्को फ्याक्टर के हो? एउटा chemical composition of detritus हो, अर्को चाहिँ environmental या फिर climatic factors भन्छ। Climatic factors. In a particular climatic condition, decomposition rate is slower. If the detritus, okay, detritus यदि के कुरामा रिच छ भने लिग्निन र काइटनमा detritus slow हुन्छ, decomposition slow. When the detritus is rich in lignin and chitin, decomposition faster rate मा हुन्छ। When detritus is rich in nitrogen and water soluble compounds like sugar. Rich in nitrogen and water soluble substances, quicker. Rate of decomposition is quicker if detritus is rich in nitrogen and water soluble substances like sugar. Temperature and soil moisture. Temperature, तापमान र soil को moisture के हो दुईटा important factor, most important climatic factors. Most important climatic factor, temperature र soil moisture. Temperature र के हो? soil moisture. Temperature अनि soil को moisture. Temperature म याद गर्न सक्छु, soil moisture भुलिन्छु होला। Soil moisture, temperature. Climatic factors है। Temperature and soil moisture are the most important climatic factors that regulate decomposition through the effect on the activities of soil microbes. Okay, warm and moist soil. Warm environment र moist soil छ भने warm environment, moist soil. Moist environment, warm र moist environment favors decomposition, whereas low temperature र अर्को के हुनुपर्छ? anaerobiosis. Low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit the decomposition resulting 35. Low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition resulting in build up of organic materials. Warm and moist environment favor decomposition, whereas low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition resulting in build up of organic materials. That's it. Moist environment favors decomposition, whereas low temperature and anaerobiosis. Low temperature and anaerobiosis. Oxygen नदिनु र low temperature छ भने के हुन्छ? के फेभर गर्छ? resulting in build up of organic materials. Warm and moist environment favors decomposition, whereas low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit decomposition, resulting in build up of organic materials. I think you can do this. 3-4. Energy flow. Except for the deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, sun is the only source of energy for all ecosystem on earth. Exception के हो? Deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem. deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem. Sun is the only source of energy for all ecosystem on earth. Excuse me. Deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem. Hydrothermal. Hydrothermal. Hydrothermal ecosystem. Sun is the only source of energy for all ecosystems on earth. Energy flow. Okay. Of the incident solar radiation. कहाँ पर लिखा है मैंने वो? Inverted pyramid of biomass. ये ऐसे भी याद रहेगा. 4 basic components of ecosystem: productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling. 10% rule. हाँ यहाँ पर है तो 10% rule. I think you can do it. Okay. Except for the deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, sun is the only source of energy for all the ecosystem on earth. Of the incident solar radiation, less than 50%. Of the incident solar radiation, less than 50% of it is photosynthetically active radiation par. Less than 50%. Okay, less than 50% is par. Of it is photosynthetically active radiation. par को full form याद रखा. Less than 50%. Less than 50% of it is photosynthetically active radiation par. Of the incident solar radiation. जति पनि solar radiation आउँछ तर less than 50%. 50% भन्दा कम्ती is par. Photosynthetically active radiation. We know that plants and photosynthetic bacteria, autotrophs. Fix sun's radiant energy to make food from simple inorganic materials. Plant capture only 2 to 10% of the par. 50% भन्दा कम्ती available हुन्छ. अझ प्लान्टले त 2 to 10% मात्रै टेकअप गर्छ. Plant capture 2 to 10% of the par, and this small amount of energy sustains the entire living world. 10 to 2% of par. 2 to 10% of par plants ले take up कर सके. Plants capture 2 to 10% of the par, and this small amount of energy sustains the entire living world. So it is very important to know how the solar energy. It is very important to know how the solar energy captured by plant flows through the different organism of an ecosystem. All organisms are dependent for their food on producers. All organisms are dependent for their food on producers, either directly or indirectly. सबै organism के हुन्छ plant मा dependent हुन्छ, producers मा dependent for their food on producers, either indirectly or directly. Herbivores ले directly खान्छ, carnivores ले herbivores ले खाएर indirectly. Okay, all organism dependent on for the food on producers, either directly or indirectly. So you find unidirectional flow of energy from the sun to producer and then to consumer. Okay, again unidirectional flow of energy. From sun to producer, from sun to producers, and then from producers to consumers. This is this in keeping with the first law of thermodynamics? क्या पूछ रहे हैं ये लोग हम लोगों से? Flow from the sun, 2% producers and 10% consumers, heterotrophs. Has 400 to 700 nanometer range of wavelength. Unidirectional energy flow, unidirectional flow of energy. Humus of a fertile soil is reduced as the result of burning crops. क्या लिखा है मैंने? Humus of a fertile soil is reduced as the result of burning for crops. Okay. Pond ecosystem shows inverted pyramid of biomass. Occurs in stratification. Vertical distribution of different species occupying different level is called stratification. Occurs in tropic rainforest, deciduous forest. Stratification, vertical distribution. Top vertical strata. Ecosystem coined by E.G. Tansley. List. Cropland ecosystem has list genetic diversity. Example show. Man-made ecosystem, artificial ecosystem. Natural ecosystem, desert. Okay, artificial ecosystem, man-made. Cropfield and aquarium. Cropland ecosystem has list genetic diversity. Cropland, list genetic diversity. Ecosystem is the term coined by E.G. Tansley. Okay, National aquatic animals of India. River dolphin. National aquatic animal of India. The river dolphin. ये सब तो नहीं पूछेंगे शायद. Amount. Primary production amount. Do not use your. Okay. Productivity for your considered rate. This is energy loss. Total weight, quantity of plant and animals in a particular area. The rate at which food energy is assimilated at the tropic level of consumer is known as secondary productivity. यहाँ पर भी तो दिया है. The rate of which food energy is assimilated at the tropic level of consumer. The rate of the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumer. The rate at which food energy is assimilated. Food energy is taken at the tropic level of consumer. New organic matter. Formation of new organic matter by consumers. Secondary productivity. Tropical rainforest is more productive in terms of net primary production. Net primary production. Productivity होता है. Rate of biomass increases. Size. T2 level. Okay. 115 billion tons by land. Land by 115 billion tons by land. Okay. Nitrogen content low. Humus of a fertile soil is reduced as the result of burning through aerobic process. 400 to 700 nanometer range of wavelength. 400 to 700 nanometer range of wavelength. Further, ecosystems are not exempt from the second law of thermodynamics. Exempt. Does not have. Exempt. Does not have. Doesn't have. Further, ecosystems are not exempt from the second law of thermodynamics. They need a constant supply of energy to synthesize the molecule they require. Okay. Ecosystems need a constant supply of energy to synthesize the molecule they require to counteract the universal tendency towards increasing disorderliness. एक बार चेक करती हूँ. Exempt. Exempt. Free from having to do something or pay for something. Free from having something. Free from. Students in 6th terms are exempt from dental charges. Does not have or to do something. The systems are not having not free from the second law of thermodynamics. They need a constant supply of energy. और मैं बोलना भूल गई, एक ब्रेक ले सकते हो, मैं भी ले सकती हूँ, है ना? मैं यहाँ तक करूँगी और फिर लूँगी. 40 मिनट का ये वाला स्लॉट कंप्लीट हो गया. Further, ecosystem are not exempt from the second law of thermodynamics. They need a constant supply. Okay, ecosystem, they need a constant supply. Need a constant supply of energy. Need constant supply of energy to synthesize the molecule they require. Need a constant supply of energy to synthesize the molecule they require to counteract the universal tendency towards increasing disorderliness. The green plants in the ecosystem are called producers. Green plant like even producers ones. The green plant in the ecosystems are called producers. The green plant in the ecosystem are called producers. You will go. फिर मैं क्या ही कर सकती हूँ. श्री तुम भरोगे क्या? I have nightmares. कितने बजे कितना बजे सोयोगी? मुझे नहीं पता, वो आदित्यनाथ को, योगी को पूछना पड़ेगा ना. सोयोगी. कल हम लोग जल्दी सोए थे ना. 3:16 ही तो हुआ है. वैसे भी मैं नहीं पढ़ती, कितनी मुश्किल से फिर से पढ़ने बैठी हूँ. फोर आवर्स भी ठीक से नहीं पढ़ा होगा ना. वेट, यहाँ पर पढ़ लेती हूँ फिर ब्रेक लेती हूँ. द ग्रीन प्लांट इन द ecosystem are called producers. In a terrestrial ecosystem, major producers are herbaceous and woody plants. Likewise, producers in aquatic ecosystem are various species like phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. Okay, green plants, producers. Okay, in terrestrial ecosystem, major producers. In terrestrial ecosystem, major producers. In terrestrial ecosystem, herbaceous and woody plants. Major producers in a terrestrial ecosystem. Major producers are herbaceous and woody plants. Like producers in an aquatic ecosystem are various species like phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. Phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. Phytoplankton, algae and higher plants. The green plant in the ecosystem are called producers. In terrestrial ecosystem, the major producers are herbaceous and woody plants. Likewise, producers in an aquatic ecosystem are various species like phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. Okay. Which institute, Alan? Shubham. How many Shubham are there? Look, there is one more Shubham just above you. And there is another person whose name is Shubham Sharma. And again Shubham Raj. I think Shubham is the most common name of Indian people. I thought it is Rahul. But now I'm convinced that it's Shubham. The green plant in the ecosystem are called producers. In a terrestrial ecosystem, nature produces a herbaceous and woody plant. Likewise, producers in an ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem, are various species like phytoplanktons, algae, and higher plants. Phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. The green plant and the ecosystem are called producers. In a terrestrial ecosystem, producers in an aquatic ecosystem. Producers in an aquatic ecosystem are various species like phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. Producers in an aquatic ecosystem. Phytoplankton, algae, and higher plants. हाँ हो गया. कितने मिनट का ब्रेक ले? 3:25 तक. On a different topic, Donald Trump declared new. What is that? That's not traffic. I don't know. On Indian imports. कल पक्का शेयर मार्केट गिरेगा. I don't care. I don't invest. कितने बजे तक हो? जब तक तुम हो तब तक. तुम कितने बजे तक पढ़ोगे? Don't tell me कि अब सोने जा रहे हो. In India, every house has a boy named Shubham. Not every. I think most. Golu also, yeah. Golu, Chotu. ओके लेकिन मेरा ना ये चैप्टर 4 तक कंप्लीट नहीं होगा. तो क्या कहना है तुम्हें? 4 तक नहीं होगा ये चैप्टर. इसके बाद एक और चैप्टर करूँगी, रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ. वो छोटा छोटा चैप्टर है ना, लेकिन मुझे अच्छा लगेगा अगर तुम साथ में पढ़ोगे तो. Let me do some exercise. Breathing exercise. आई थिंक तब तक कोई ना कोई तो उठ जाएगा. निधि, भवा. आई थिंक भवा तो अर्ली बर्थडे है ना, तो या फिर कोई ना कोई तो उठ ही जाएगा. सॉन्ग शायद. या फिर आदित्य भी तो उठ सकता है. आई थिंक वो भी अर्ली बर्थडे. क्या सांस खुली, क्या हवा चली. भाई तू पादने की बात कर रहा है ना, पदोरे कहेगा. मुझे अब ना स्मेल करने का भी, सांस लेने का भी दिल नहीं कर रहा है इसकी बातें सुनकर. स्टार्ट करें? चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं, वरना ब्रेक ना लंबा हो जाएगा। पानी पी लेती हूँ, पानी भी तो पीना ज़रूरी होता है। मेरी ईटी कहाँ है? ओके, वैसे तो हम लोगों को अभी पढ़ना चाहिए ना, लेकिन मैं इसको बता देती हूँ शुभम को। इसने बोला कि मेरी ईदी कहाँ है ना, तो मैंने हाल ही में एक मीम देखा था जिसमें ना वो एक एक्टर है ना अक्षय कुमार, उसके हाथ में ना रेड कलर का चूड़िया था, और जो लड़की ईदी मांगते हैं ना वो लड़की वो है अक्षय कुमार। मतलब कि वो लोग ना गे है, गे। शुभम गे। नहीं, मेरे पास यूक्रेन जाने की पैसा नहीं है शुभम, मुझे इंडिया में ही निकालना है। मैं भी तो जा रही पढ़ने। अब ना थोड़ा इंक्रीज करते हैं टाइम, 45 रखते हैं। गुड लक एवरीवन, गुड लक शुभम। You have read about the food chain. हक दिया, बन गए खुल। नाम भी ऐसा ही है, बातें भी वैसा ही करता है। क्यों टाइम आउट दे दिया बेचारे को? You have read about the food chain and waves that exist in nature. You have read about the food chain and waves that exist in nature, starting from the plant or producers from starting from plants or producers, food chains or rather waves are formed such that an animal feed on a plant or on on another animal and in turn is food for another. आई कितना गंदा लाइन है ना. Starting from the plant or producer, food chain or rather food waves are formed such that an animal feed on a plant or on another animal and in turn is food for another. समझ में आया? मुझे समझ में आया. The chain or web is formed because of this interdependency. The chain or the food chain or food web is formed because of this interdependency. एक दूसरे के ऊपर डिपेंड करना, निर्भर करना शायद. Interdependency. The chain or web is formed because of this interdependency. No energy that is trapped into an organism remains in it forever. No energy that is trapped into an organism remains in it forever. Forever. No energy that is trapped into an organism remains in it forever. The energy trapped by the producers, hence, is either passed on to a consumer or the organism dies. Death of organism is the beginning of detritus food chain or web. Okay. No energy is trapped. No energy is trapped in an organism. Into an organism remains in it forever. The energy trapped by the producers, energy trapped by producers hence is either passed on to a consumer or to the organism dies. Death of organism is the beginning of detritus food chain. Death of an organism is the beginning. Death of an organism is the beginning of detritus food chain web. Death of organism is the beginning of detritus food chain or web. All animals depend on plants, directly or indirectly, for their food needs. Death of organism is the beginning of detritus food chain or web. No energy that is trapped in the organism remains in it forever. The energy trapped in the producers hence is passed on to a consumer or the organism dies. Death of organisms is the beginning of the detritus food chain or web. All animals depend on plant directly or indirectly for their food need. All animals depend on plant directly or indirectly for their food need. They are hence called consumer and also heterotrophs. Consumers and also heterotrophs. If they feed on the producers, the plant, they are called primary consumers. If they feed on producers, that is plant, primary consumers. And if the animal eat other animal, which in turn eat the plant, okay, animal eat produce, they are called secondary consumers. Are called, okay, कोई प्लांट खाने वाले एनिमल को किसी और एनिमल ने खा लिया तो उसे क्या बोलते हैं? सेकेंडरी कंज्यूमर. Okay, plant are producers. These are primary consumers, those who eat plants directly. The animal which eats plant eating animals are called secondary consumers. Likewise, you would have tertiary consumers too. Okay, we have tertiary consumers. Tertiary, primary, secondary, and tertiary consumers, producers. Obviously, the primary consumers will be herbivores. Primary consumers will be herbivores. Some common herbivores are insects, birds, and mammals in terrestrial ecosystem and mollusk in aquatic ecosystem. Okay, herbivores. Obviously, the primary consumers will be herbivores. Primary consumer will be herbivores. Some common herbivores. Common herbivores are insects, birds, mammals in terrestrial ecosystem. Okay, mollusk in aquatic ecosystem. Herbivores in aquatic ecosystem, mollusk. Herbivores in aquatic ecosystem, mollusk. Terrestrial ecosystem, insect, birds, and mammals. Insect, birds, and mammals. They are herbivores. Okay. The consumer that, okay, bird herbivore कब से होने लगा? मुझे लगा birds insect खाते हैं. यहाँ पर लिखा है तो मानना पड़ेगा. Common herbivores are insect, birds, and mammals. The consumers that feed on these herbivores are carnivores or omnivores. और more, omnivores तो दिया भी नहीं है. Carnivores or more correctly primary carnivores. Those secondary consumers. Okay, they are primary carnivores, secondary consumers. Primary carnivores are secondary consumers. Okay, the consumer that feed on herbivores. Feed on herbivores are carnivores, or more correctly, primary carnivores. Primary carnivores, secondary consumers. Those animals that depend on the primary carnivores. Okay, secondary carnivores, but tertiary consumers. Those animals that depend on primary carnivores for food are labeled as secondary carnivores, a grazing food chain. Okay, secondary carnivores line हम लिखे बच्चा tertiary consumers. Simple a grazing food chain, GFC. Simple grazing food chain, GFC, is depicted below. Grassa, producer, goat, primary consumer. गोट, हाँ प्राइमरी कंज्यूमर. गोट को कौन खाता है? Man, secondary consumer. Okay, this is man is secondary consumer but primary carnivore. Okay, GFC, a simple grazing food chain. GFC, producers, plant, eaten by goat, herbivores, primary consumer, which is eaten by man, secondary consumer. Primary consumer, secondary consumer. Good. Good job, good job. The detritus food chain. 400 to 700 nanometer range of wavelength. A simple grazing food chain, GFC, is depicted. Number of tropic level is restricted. A simple grazing food chain, GFC. Number of tropic level is restricted due to 10% law. Maximum 4 level, T1, T2, T3 and T4 because of limited energy transfer, 10% transfer. 10% energy transfer को कारणले गर्दाखेरि maximum 4टा लेभलमा दिन सक्छ, 1 2 3 3टा लेभल त भइगयो। Tropic level is restricted due to 10% law. Maximum 4 level, T1, T2 and T3, T4 because of limited energy transfer, 10%. Okay. In biotech community, primary consumers are herbivores. In biotech community, primary consumers के हुन्छ biotech मा herbivores. Ecologically similar in being consumers. Okay, lion eating a deer. Sparrow eating an organism. Herbivores. Detritus food chain, DFC, does not have limit in tropic level like GFC. Detritus does not have limit in tropic level like GFC. DFC, detritus food chain. DFC, detritus food chain. Begins with dead. Okay, it begins with वहाँ पर producers को खाने में से start हो रहा था ना GFC में. Good. Begins with dead organic matter. Okay, detritus food chain, DFC, detritus food chain begins with dead organic matter. Begins with dead organic matter. It is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms. Detritus food chain, DFC, begins with dead organic matter. The detritus food chain, DFC, begins with dead organic matter. It is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms, mainly fungi and bacteria. The detritus food chain, DFC, begins with the dead organic matter, detritus. It is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms. Decomposers are heterotrophic organisms, mainly fungi and bacteria. Heterotrophic. मुझे लगा saprophytic होता है. हाँ, तो क्यों heterotrophic लिखा है? क्या पता? मुझे क्या पता? Decomposers which are heterotrophic organisms, fungi and bacteria. The detritus food chain, DFC, begin with dead organic matter. It is made up of astaghfirullah, I'll be fine. It is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms, mainly fungi and bacteria. They meet their energy and nutrient requirement by degrading dead organic matter or detritus. They meet their energy and nutrient requirements by degrading dead organic matter. Or detritus. These are also known as saprotrophs. Okay, it is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms, mainly fungi and bacteria. They meet their energy and nutrient requirement by degrading dead organic matter or detritus. Energy requirement, nutrient requirement by degrading. These are also known as saprophytes. Saprotrophs. Sapro, to decompose. Decomposers secrete digestive enzyme. Okay, decomposers secrete digestive enzyme that break down enzymes secrete digestive enzymes that break down dead and waste material into simple inorganic material, which are subsequently absorbed by them. Which are subsequently absorbed by them. कितना गंदा है. Detritus food chain DFC begins with the dead organic matter. Organic. Finally क्या बनाना है? Organic से inorganic. Inorganic materials. I think I can do it. Detritus food chain DFC begins with dead organic matter. It is made up of decomposers. It is made up of decomposers which are heterotrophic organism. Decomposers which are heterotrophic organism, mainly fungi and bacteria. They meet their energy and nutrient requirement by degrading a dead organic matter or detritus. These are also known as saprotrophs. To decompose, okay. Nutrient requirement by degrading the organic matter. Or detritus, degrading dead organic matter or detritus. These are also known as saprotrophs. Okay. Decomposers secrete a digestive enzyme that break down dead and waste material into simple inorganic material. Which are subsequently observed by them. Okay. Observed by them only. Okay. In aquatic ecosystem, grazing food chain is the major conduit for energy flow. As against this, in a terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the GFC. Detritus food chain may be connected with the grazing food chain at some level. Some of the organisms of DFC detritus food chain are prey to the GFC animal. And in the natural ecosystem, some animals like cockroaches, crow, etc. are omnivores. These natural interconnection of food chain make it a food web. How would you classify human beings? T1 not possible. T2, T3, T4 level human beings. Aquatic ecosystem. In aquatic ecosystem, GFC, grazing food chain, is the major conduit for energy flow. Major source. GFC greater than DFC. Aquatic mala conduit source SOURC conduit for energy flow. A GFC grazing food chain. Aquatic ma grazing food chain greater than DFC detritus food chain. As against this terrestrial ecosystem, much larger fraction. In a terrestrial अस्तगफिरुल्लाह क्या हो रहा है मुझे, क्योंकि मैंने उसको कुछ बोला ना, इसलिए ऐसा लग रहा है. In a terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the GFC. In terrestrial ecosystem, मैं इसको ना कर देती हूँ राइट, लेकिन एक बार ये कंप्लीट करने के बाद ही. In an aquatic ecosystem, GFC, grazing food chain, is the major conduit for energy flow. As against this, in a terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the GFC, grazing food chain. Is okay. In a Terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain. Energy flows through the detritus food chain. A much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the GFC. Terrestrial ecosystem, okay? Much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the GFC. Detritus food chain may be connected with grazing food chain at some level. Some organism of DFC are prey to GFC animal. And in natural ecosystem, क्या ही कर सकते हैं भाई? Detritus food chain may be connected with the grazing food chain at some level. Detritus, DFC, may be connected to the grazing food chain at some level. Some of the DFC are prey to organism of DFC are prey to GFC animal. And in natural ecosystem, some animals like cockroaches, crow, etc. are omnivores. Natural ecosystem. Okay. Some animals like cockroaches, crows are omnivores. These natural interconnection of food chain makes it a food web. Okay. Organisms occupy a place in the natural surroundings or in a community according to their feeding relationship with other organisms. Organisms occupy a place in the natural surrounding or in a community according to their feeding relationship with other organisms. Based on the source of their nutrition or food, organisms occupy a specific place in the food chain. That is known as tropical level. Okay. Based on the source of their nutrition or food. Based on the source and their nutrition or food, organisms occupy a specific place. A specific place in the food chain. क्या कर सकते हैं पता नहीं. Based on the source of their nutrition or food. Based on the source of the nutrition, organisms occupy a specific place. Based on the source of their nutrition or food, organisms occupy a specific place in the food chain. Based on the source of the nutrition or food. Based on the source of their nutrition or food. Source of the food, organisms occupy a specific place in food chain. This is known as the trophic level. Based on the source of the food or nutrition of an organism occupy a specific level or place in a food chain. Trophic level. Specific place in the food chain. Trophic level. Based on the source of nutrition or food, organisms occupy a specific place in the food chain that is known as trophic level. Trophic level. Producers belongs to the first trophic level. Producers first. Herbivores, primary consumers. Producers first trophic level. Herbivores that are primary consumers to the second, and carnivores secondary consumers to the third. secondary consumer, primary consumer, secondary consumer. Third, trophic level, figure 12.2. Diagrammatic representation of trophic level in ecosystem. Trophic level in an ecosystem. Okay. Producers, first trophic level, plants. Second trophic level, herbivores, primary consumers. Third trophic level, carnivores. And fourth trophic level, fourth trophic level, top carnivore. Okay, tertiary consumer, producer, primary consumer, secondary consumer. Okay, example, plant. Okay, first trophic level, plant, primary consumer, herbivores, secondary consumers, carnivores, herbivores, cow हुन्छ, man. या फिर ओके प्लान्ट यहाँनिर बर्ड्स हुन्छ प्राइमेरी कन्ज्युमरमा, बर्ड्सलाई कसले खान्छ, सपोज म्यानले खायो, म्यान नगर, प्रड्युसर प्लान्ट्स भयो, प्राइमेरी कन्ज्युमर तिम्रो हुन्छ, प्लान्ट्सलाई कसले खान्छ, इन्सेक्ट्सले खान्छ के, त्यहाँदेखि सेकेन्डरी कन्ज्युमर तिम्रो बर्ड्स भयो, अब बर्ड्सलाई चाहिँ टर्सरी, सपोज बर्ड्सलाई केले खायो अरे, ह्युमनले नै खायो अरे या फिर लायनले खायो अरे. फोर्थ ट्रपिक लेभल टप कार्निभोर, थर्ड ट्रपिक लेभल कार्निभोर, सेकेन्ड ट्रपिक लेभल हर्बिभोर. ओके, एक्जाम्पल पनि दिएको छ. ओके, एक्जाम्पल्स, producers, phytoplankton, grass and trees. These are plant. Okay, phytoplankton, grass and trees. Phytoplanktons, marine microscopic algae. Phytoplanktons are marine microscopic algae. Oh, I was embarrassed at that time. Phytoplankton, grass and trees. Okay, second trophic level, primary consumers, zooplanktons, grasshoppers and cow. Zooplankton, grasshopper and cow. Secondary consumers, birds, fishes and wolves. Wolf, birds, fishes and wolf. Third trophic level, secondary consumer, primary consumer, zooplankton, grasshopper and cow. Zooplankton, grasshopper and cow. Okay, primary consumer. Zooplankton और cow तो याद होगा, grasshopper भी याद करना पड़ेगा. Grasshopper herbivore है. Okay, herbivore, grasshopper. And यहाँ से phytoplankton, यहाँ से grasshopper, herbivores, primary consumer. Okay, secondary consumer, birds, fishes. Zooplankton को खाएगा ना. And wolves, birds, fishes and wolf. Phytoplankton, zooplankton, birds, fishes, wolf. Okay, man and lion. Fourth trophic level, चारटा trophic level मतलब possible है. How many trophic level are possible? 4. Okay, detritus food chain ma infinite limit, they don't have limit in trophic level. GFC मा हुन्छ अनि GFC र केमा हुन्छ अर्को पता नहीं, इसको क्या बोलते हैं, ट्रॉफिक लेवल. चारटा ही होता है, क्या बोलते हैं इसको, देखते हैं. GFC, ADFC, ग्रेजिंग फूड चेन ही बोलते हैं, या फिर फूड वेब भी बोल सकते हैं. फूड वेब और फूड चेन और make it food web. Natural interaction of food chain make it a food web based on source of the nutrition or food. Organism occupy a specific place in the food chain, that is known as trophic level. That is known as trophic level. Source of the nutrition for food. Organism occupy a specific place. Organism occupy a specific place. Organism occupy a specific place in the food chain, that is known as the trophic level. Producers belong to the first trophic level. Herbivores primarily consumer to the second, and carnivores secondary consumer. Trophic level चारटा possible. Okay, primary herbivores, primary carnivores, secondary carnivores. कर सकते हैं ये लोग, ये तो The important point to note is that the amount of energy decrease at the successive tropic level. Important point to note is that the amount of energy decreases. Amount of energy decreases at the successive tropic level. Amount of energy decreases at successive tropic level. When an organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as an energy source for decomposers. Okay, when an organism dies, converted to detritus, dead biomass that serves as an energy source for decomposers. Astaghfirullah. When any organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as okay, when an organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as an energy source for the decomposers. Uh-huh. For me it is very HOUR Padh. This was 30. More than less than his. My productivity is less. Each tropic level has a certain mass of living material. Each tropic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time called as standing crop. ये वाला है क्या अभी भी है तो होना चाहिए standing crop है तो हाँ. When an organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as an energy source for decomposers. Organism at each tropic level depends on those at lower tropic level. The important point to note is that the amount of energy decreased at successive tropic level. When an organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as an energy source for decomposers. The organism at each tropic level, energy source for decomposers. Okay. The amount of energy decreases at successive tropic level. Okay. Organism at each tropic level depends on, हर एक tropic level का organism depends on those at lower tropic level. मैं कि ना तो confuse हूँ दसूँ. Organism at each tropic level depends on those at the lower tropic level for the energy demands. Organism at each tropic level, हर एक tropic level में का organism at each tropic level depends on those at lower, okay, organisms at each tropic level depends on lower tropic level for their energy demand. Energy demand को लगी हर एक tropic को organism आफू भन्दा lower tropic level को organism में depend गर्छ. Organism at each tropic level depends on those at the lower tropic for their energy demands. Each tropic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time called as standing crop. Okay, there is a standing crop and there is a standing state. Mineral inside soil. Okay, that is standing state. Standing state वाला तो सिलेबस में नहीं होगा तो. देखो standing state वाला नहीं है. The amount of nutrients such as carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, etc. present in the soil at any given time is referred to as standing state. वो तो नहीं है. Standing state soil के अंदर nutrients. Okay, standing state है वो. Standing crop. Each tropic level has a certain mass of living material. हर एक tropic level में के हुन्छ certain mass of living material. Living material को certain mass हुन्छ. Each tropic level, हर एक tropic level, each tropic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time. At a particular time, it is known as standing crop. Okay, each tropic level has certain mass of living material at a particular time. Standing crop, mass of living organism at a particular time. In particular level, tropic level, each tropic level has a certain mass of living material. Mass of living material at a particular time. Mass of living material at a particular time is called standing crop. बहुत important है, okay? Standing crop. Mass of living organism at a particular time. Each tropic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time. It is known as a standing crop. I just hate it, but I have to do it. Standing crop. The standing crop is measured as the mass of living organisms, biomass, or the number in a unit area. The standing crop is measured as, standing crop is measured as mass of living organism, biomass. Okay, mass of living organism. Standing crop is measured as mass of living organism, biomass, or number in a unit area. Number in a unit area. कति number छ particular area में, in a unit area, एक unit area में. The biomass of a species is expressed in terms of, okay, biomass of a species. Biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. Fresh weight पनि भन्न सक्छ, dry weight पनि. Fresh and dry weight. Measurement of biomass in terms of dry weight is more accurate. 100 questions तो हर chapter से कर सकते हैं ना, per day. देखते हैं क्या होगा. The standing crop is measured as the mass of living organism, biomass, or number in a unit area. The biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. Biomass. Standing crop is measured as biomass or number in unit area. Okay, the biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. Measurement of biomass in terms of dry weight is more accurate. Okay, measurement of biomass, ये important है. In terms of dry weight is more accurate. Okay, biomass का weight भी measure कर सकते हैं, dry weight भी measure कर सकते हैं. weight को fresh weight भी बोलते हैं या फिर बोल सकते हैं. The standing crop is measured as the mass of living organism, गुड नाइट गाइस। जा रहा है, मेरा तो कंप्लीट ही नहीं हुआ है। The standing crop is measured as the mass of living organism। फिर मुझे अब पढ़ने का दिल ही नहीं करेगा, अब कोई नहीं रहेगा पढ़ने के लिए, लेकिन मैं पढ़ूंगी। Each tropic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time called as standing crop. Standing crop is फिर भी कुछ स्टिकर्स फेंक देती हूँ ना। Okay. The biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. Measurement of biomass in terms of dry weight is more accurate. Why is it more accurate? Does not vary much, okay? Measurement of biomass in terms of dry weight is more accurate because it does not vary much. Done. Lindeman's law of 10%. The number of trophic level in the grazing food chain is restricted as, okay, ये तो मैंने अभी भी तो लिखा 1 2 3 4 ट्रॉपिक लेवल 1 2 3 4 होता है। ओ श्री इज देयर, मुझे पता था कोई तो आएगा। श्री आ गया, या फिर श्री तुम सोए ही नहीं हो। शुभम जा रहा था ना, तो मुझे अकेले पढ़ने में अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, ऐसा बोल रही थी मैं। The number of trophic level in grazing food chain, the number of trophic level in grazing food chain is restricted as the transfer of energy. The number of trophic level in grazing food chain is restricted as the transfer of energy flow follows 10% law. Only 10% of the energy is transferred to each trophic level from the lower trophic level. उसको हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं? लिंडमैन्स लॉ। लिंड LIND MAN Lindeman's law 10% law 10% law. Okay, transfer of energy follows 10% law. Only 10% of the energy is transferred to each trophic level from the lower trophic level. From lower trophic level. In nature, it is possible to have so many trophic levels. In nature, it is possible to have so many levels. Producers, herbivores, primary consumers, primary carnivores, secondary carnivores in the grazing food chain. Okay, 12.3. Do you think there is any such limitations in detritus food chain? No. प्रेशर है ना भाई, प्रेशर है। हाँ, प्रेशर कुकर ही बन गया है। मैं तो दाल ही बन गई थी सैटरडे से कल तक में। आज वेंसडे है ना, सैटरडे संडे मंडे ट्यूसडे, 4 दिन, सैटरडे संडे मंडे ट्यूसडे। The number of trophic level in the grazing food chain is restricted to transfer of energy flow. 10% law. Only 10% of the energy is transferred to each trophic level from the lower trophic level. In nature, it is possible to have so many levels: producers, herbivores, primary carnivores, secondary carnivores, and the grazing food chain. Do you think there is any such limitation that reaches food chain? Sun, heat. First trophic level, producers, plants. Okay, first trophic level, producers, plant. Second trophic level, primary consumers, herbivores. Okay, detritus. इसके ना remains of this plant like leaves, flowers. Detritus food chain में घुसेगा, heat release होगा, energy dissipate. Detritus food chain. Second tropic level, primary consumer herbivores, okay, insect herbivores like grasshoppers भी, जब ये मरेंगे तो फिर से हीट एनर्जी डिसिपेट होगा, एनर्जी लॉस होगा, डिट्रीटस फूड चेन में चले जाएंगे. Second tropic level, primary consumer herbivores, okay. Third tropic level, secondary consumer, primary consumer, secondary consumer carnivores, इंसेक्ट को खाएगा, अगर कार्निवोर्स मरेगा तो फिर से डिट्रीटस फूड चेन में जाएगा. Energy dissipate in the form of heat, energy loss in the form of heat. Fourth tropic level consumer, top carnivores, okay. Herbivores, carnivores, top carnivores. फोर्थ ही तो होता है, चार ही तो ट्रॉपिक लेवल होता है. ट्रॉपिक लेवल, फर्स्ट ट्रॉपिक लेवल प्लांट्स कंज्यूमर्स प्रोड्यूसर्स. सेकेंड ट्रॉपिक लेवल herbivores. Third tropic level they are carnivores, and fourth tropic level they are secondary carnivores. Secondary carnivores ही बोलते हैं ना, हाँ. Herbivores, consumers, okay, herbivores, primary consumer, secondary consumer and tertiary consumer. Top carnivores भी बोल सकते हैं. Consumer, ये मर जाएंगे तो heat, detritus food chain. Different tropic level, okay. It is possible to have so many levels: producers, herbivores, primary carnivores, secondary carnivores. Primary carnivores को क्या बोलते हैं? Herbivores को ना primary consumer, secondary consumer. Primary carnivores को secondary consumer ही तो बोलते हैं. Top carnivores, secondary carnivores को tertiary consumer, tertiary consumer. यहाँ तक हो गया. Standing crop and standing state. Minerals and soil. Standing crop, certain mass of living material at particular time. Each tropic level has certain mass of living material, biomass, okay. Tropic level have certain mass of living material, biomass of a particular living material at a particular time. Standing crop, यहाँ तक हो गया. आके फिर से पढ़ेंगे. इकोलॉजिकल पीरियड बचा है, आई थिंक ये कंप्लीट कर सकते हैं, है ना. तभी तो इतना ही था. 5 मिनट हवा खा के आई, ओके. 4:11 से स्टार्ट करेंगे, ओके. हाँ, ये स्लॉट थर्ड था शायद 45 मिनट का, लेकिन आके फिर से मैनेज करेंगे, ओके. अभी जा रही हूँ. आई कम बैक 5-7 मिनट के बाद. आई कम. Ecological pyramid. $51 मिनट का है ओके ये स्लॉट चलिए मत जाना श्री I think I can do it. Ecological pyramid. एक बार इसको कर लेती हूँ Energy flow 50% less than 50% photosynthetic photosynthetically active radiation. Less than 50% of the photosynthetically active radiation. दीदी 11th की केमिस्ट्री रिवाइज करा दो, आज फाइनल्स है. एक दिन में, वो भी कितने ही करोगे इतना सा टाइम में. जाके हक दो भाई. फेल हो गए ना तो भी चलेगा, क्या ही कर सकते हैं, है ना. Except for the deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, sun is the only source of energy for all ecosystem on earth. On the incident solar radiation, less than 50% of it is photosynthetically active radiation per. Photosynthetically active radiation per. Less than 50%. Less than 50% per photosynthetically active radiation, okay. 2 to 10% of the par. Plant capture only 2 to 10% of the PAR. photosynthetic अरे मैं क्यों ऐसे बोल रही हूँ, photosynthetically, पता नहीं मेरा टंग स्लिप हो रहा है. Active radiation par. The small amount of energy sustains the entire living world. Unidirectional flow of energy in grazing food chain, okay. Unidirectional flow of energy from sun to producer and then to consumer. Sun, producer, consumer. Okay. Ecosystem need a constant supply of energy to synthesize molecule they require. Green plants in the ecosystem are producers green plant in the ecosystem, okay. Terrestrial ecosystem, major producers are herbaceous and woody plants. Terrestrial ecosystem, green plants in the ecosystem are producers. Terrestrial ecosystem, major producers, herbaceous and woody plants. Like producers in an aquatic ecosystem are producers. They are algae, phytoplanktons and higher plants, okay. Food chain or web is formed because of interdependency. Consumer, also known as consumers, they are herbivores. Consumers, heterotrophs, directly or indirectly, okay. Primary consumers, herbivores, feed on the producer's plant, called the primary consumers, okay. Secondary consumers that feed on primary consumer. Herbivores, primary consumers will be herbivores. Some common herbivores are insect, birds, mammals in terrestrial ecosystem. And okay, common herbivores and aquatic ecosystem is mollusk. Mollusk is the aquatic herbivores in aquatic ecosystem. Mollusk in aquatic ecosystem, herbivores. Consumers that feed on the herbivores are consumers that feed on the herbivores. The consumers that feed on the herbivores are carnivores. Primary carnivores, the secondary consumer. Secondary carnivores, tertiary consumer. GFC, grazing food chain. Only 4 trophic level are supported. Grass producers, goat, primary consumer, and men, secondary consumer. Detritus food chain. DFC. अरे मैंने ना क्या किया, अपनी ही हुडी को फट गया, मैंने जोर से खींचा शायद. Detritus food chain, ये मेरे स्किन से चिपक रहा था ना इसलिए. Detritus food chain, DFC, begins with dead organic matter. It is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms. Detritus food chain begins with the dead organic matter. It is made up of decomposers, which are heterotrophic organisms. Okay, mainly fungi and bacteria. क्या ही कर सकते हैं. They meet their energy and nutrient requirement by the saprophyte. Astaghfirullah. I'll be fine. Allah. I'll be fine. They meet their energy and nutrient requirement by degrading. Okay. They meet their energy and nutrient requirement by degrading dead organic matter or detritus. These are also known as saprotrophs. Sapro, to decompose. These are also known as saprotrophs. Sapro, to decompose. Decomposers secrete digestive enzymes that break down dead and waste materials into simple inorganic material. पाकिस्तान में हिंदू लोग नहीं होते हैं क्या, या फिर होते हैं? They meet their energy and the nutrient requirement by degrading dead organic matter or detritus. This is known as saprotrophs. It is made up of decomposers that are heterotrophic organisms. They meet the energy and nutrient requirement by degrading dead organic matter or detritus. Saprotrophs, digestive enzyme that break down the organic waste material into simple inorganic material. Simple inorganic material. Simple inorganic material which are subsequently absorbed by them. नहीं पता है किसी को? पता है तो बोलो ना. Inorganic material which are subsequently absorbed by them. In an aquatic ecosystem, GFC is the major conduit for. In aquatic environment, GFC is the major source of energy flow. Major source of energy flow is GFC, grazing food chain. Aquatic ecosystem, okay. In terrestrial ecosystem, detritus food chain. Much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the GFC. Detritus food chain may be connected with grazing food chain at some level. Organism of DFC are prey to GFC animal. Natural interconnection of food chain makes it food web. Natural interconnection of food chain makes it food web. Based on source of their nutrition or food. Based on the source of their nutrition or food. Based on the source of the food, animals or species organism occupy a specific trophic level. Source of their food. Organism occupy a specific place in the food chain known as trophic level. First trophic level, producers, plants, okay. Then herbivores, primary consumers to the second trophic level, and carnivores, secondary consumers to the third trophic level. Secondary consumer. Fourth trophic level, tertiary consumers. Trophic level. Detritus food chain ma trophic level hunde na. The important point to note is the amount of energy decrease at successive trophic level. Lindsman 10% law. Each increasing trophic level ma 10% energy mate pass on huncha. Converted detritus. Ma don't cry over it. When any organism dies, it is converted. मुझे नहीं जाना है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं जा रही हूँ क्योंकि मुझे नहीं पता. When any organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as energy source for decomposers. वो मुझे गाली देंगी अगर मैंने अच्छा स्कोर नहीं किया तो. और मुझे सोच के ना ऐसा बहुत ही बुरा लग रहा है. When any organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as an energy source for decomposers. Organism at each trophic level depends on those at lower trophic level. Organism at each trophic level depends on those at lower trophic level for their energy demands. हाँ सुना है तो. नाम तो सुना है लेकिन थोड़ा याद दिलाओ तो मुझे. केमिस्ट्री में है ना ये? हाँ तुमने ही तो बोला था 11th केमिस्ट्री का रिविजन कराओ. हाँ केमिस्ट्री ही पढ़ रहे हो तुम. हाँ सही बोला. हाँ मैंने नाम सुना है लेकिन मैं भूल गई. अब तुम ही पढ़ो ना प्लीज़, मुझे डिस्टर्ब मत करो. एच ट्रॉपिक लेवल अपना अपना पढ़ते हो ओके. एच ट्रॉपिक लेवल हैज़ अ सर्टेन मास ऑफ लिविंग. लेकिन मुझे जानने का दिल कर रहा है अब. इसके साथ ना और एक टेक्निक भी था. आई थिंक 2 लोगों का नाम था उसमें, या फिर मैं गलत भी हो सकती हूँ. छोड़ो अभी पढ़ते हैं. Each trophic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time and it is called as standing crop. Standing state is related to nutrition and soil. Standing crop, the biomass of living organism at a particular time. Each tropic level, okay, each tropic level, हरेक tropic level मा certain biomass हुन्छ living organism को एउटा particular time मा. त्यसलाई के भन्छ? Standing crop, okay, standing crop. Each tropic level, तीन चीज याद करना होगा. Each tropic level, तानदेखि mass of living material, that is biomass. Each tropic level, biomass र particular time, biomass particular time र each tropic level has a certain mass of living material biomass at a particular time. Standing crop is measured as the mass of living organism biomass or the number in a unit area. Standing crop is measured as the mass of living organism biomass. Standing crop measured as biomass or number in unit area. The biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. The biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. Dry weight is more accurate. There is no fluctuations in dry weight. The number of tropic level in grazing food chain is restricted to 4 tropic level. Transfer of energy follows 10% law. 10% of energy is transferred to each tropic level from the lower tropic level. In nature, it is possible to have many levels: producers, herbivores, primary carnivores, secondary carnivores in the grazing food chain. They treat as food no limit. Ecological pyramids. You must ecological pyramid, okay? Ecological pyramids. You must be familiar. A lion eating a deer and a sparrow feeding on a grain are ecologically similar in being consumers. Okay, saprotrophs. Example, mushroom. In biotic community, primary consumers are herbivores. Ecological pyramid. You must be familiar with the shape of pyramid. The base of the pyramid is broad. And it narrows towards the apex. ऐसे करके चार्टा ठैम करके मारूं. The base of the pyramid is broad and it narrows towards the apex. One gets a similar shape whether you express the food. One gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy relationship between organisms. One gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy relationship. Whether you express the food or energy relationship. Similar shape pyramid, okay? Similar shape. Whether you express food or energy relationship between organisms. Food or energy relationship between organisms at different tropic level. Okay, one gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy relationship between. Ecological pyramid. Food or energy relationship between organisms. At different tropic levels. मछली नहीं है, क्या था? मच्छर था. Ecological pyramids. You must be familiar with the shape of a pyramid. The base of the pyramid is broad and it narrows towards the apex. One gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy relationship between organisms. You must be familiar with the shape of the pyramid. The base of the pyramid is broad and it narrows towards the apex. One gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy relationship between organisms. You must be familiar with the shape of a pyramid. The base of a pyramid is broad and it narrows towards the apex. One gets a similar shape. Food or energy relationship. Food or energy relationship. Energy relationship. Monically busy हुन्छ त्यहाँदेखि माथि घट्दै जान्छ. Between organisms at different tropic level. Energy relationship of organism. Energy relationship of organism between organism. Energy relationship between organisms at different tropic level. मुझे तो बहुत ज़्यादा डर लग रहा है all of a sudden. This relationship is expressed in terms of number, biomass, or energy. This relationship is expressed in terms of number, biomass, or energy. The relationship of organism, the relationship of organism, the relationship of energy between organism, relationship of energy relationship between organisms at different tropic level is expressed in terms of number, biomass, or energy. The base of each pyramid represents the producers or the first tropic level. Base of pyramid represents the producers or the first tropic level, while the apex represents tertiary or top level consumers. Tertiary or top level consumers, that is fourth tropic level. The three types of ecological pyramids are usually three types of ecological pyramids are usually studied as pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass, and pyramid of energy. Pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass, and pyramid of energy. For detail, see figure 12.4 ABCD. ABCD. You must be familiar with the shape of the pyramid. The base of the pyramid is broad and it narrows towards the apex. One gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy relationship between organisms. Food और एनर्जी रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन ऑर्गेनिजम्स देख लेंगे वो आगे का. अभी चुप करके बैठ सकते हैं. लेट मी चेक. अभी नहीं, ये पहले ये चैप्टर कंप्लीट कर लो, उसके बाद देख लेना जो देखना है. यू मस्ट बी फेमिलियर विद द शेप ऑफ द पिरामिड. ओके, ये छोड़ दो, यहाँ से पढ़ो. One gets a similar shape whether you express food or energy relationship between organism. Energy relationship between organism at different tropic level. अलग tropical level में tropic at different tropic level. Food and energy relationship between organism at different tropic level. Okay, this relationship is expressed. The energy relationship is expressed in terms of number, biomass, and energy. Pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass, and pyramid of energy. Tinta ecological pyramid. Ecological pyramids, tinta. Pyramid of biomass, pyramid of number, pyramid of energy. Number, biomass, and energy. Number, biomass, and energy. The base of the pyramid represents the producers of the first tropic level, while the apex represents the tertiary or the top level consumers. Base, primary producers. They are producers. Okay, base. Pyramid को base को ले occupy गर्छ. Producers ले first tropic level. Base of each pyramid represents producers or the first tropic level, while the apex represents the tertiary or the top level consumers. Tertiary or the top level consumers. The three types of ecological pyramids are pyramid of number, pyramid of energy, pyramid of biomass. Pyramid of biomass, pyramid of energy, pyramid of number. Number of individual. The tropic level. Okay. Pyramid of number in grassland ecosystem. Which ecosystem? Grassland ecosystem. Only 3 top carnivores are supported. Grassland ma 3 top carnivores. 3. are supported in an ecosystem based on production of nearly 6 million plants. Only top 3 carnivores are supported in ecosystem based on 6 million plants. Okay, producers. Ones, tens, 100,000, 10,000 lakh, 10 lakh. Okay, 6 million. 6 million. This is approximately 6M. 6 million producers support ones, tens, 100,000, 10,000 lakh, 7 lakh primary consumer, 3,54,000 secondary consumer, and only 3 tertiary consumers. Pyramid of numbers. In grassland ecosystem, only 3 top carnivores are supported in ecosystem based on the production of nearly 6 million producers plant. Okay, a pyramid of number and can be upright and inverted. Pyramid of energy, always upright. 6 million plant लिखा support करता only top carnivores supports only 3 top carnivores: primary consumer, secondary consumers, and tertiary consumers. Upright pyramid. This is upright pyramid. UPRIGHT, upright pyramid. Upright pyramid. Pyramid of biomass shows a sharp decrease in biomass at higher tropic level. हाँ, रिविजन कर पाते हैं या नहीं कर पाते वो डिपेंड करेगा. Pyramid of number. In a grassland ecosystem, only 3 top carnivores are supported in an ecosystem based on the production of nearly 6 million plants. Pyramid of biomass. Organic matter shows a sharp decrease in biomass. Pyramid of biomass shows a sharp decrease in biomass. Pyramid of biomass in higher tropic level. Okay, 809 producers, 37, 11, and 1.5. Dry weight kg per meter square. This is amount production. और the one is productivity. एक तो production होगा, दूसरा हम लोगों का productivity होगा ना. Pyramid of biomass shows a sharp decrease in biomass at higher tropic level. Okay, grassland ecosystem. 6 million plants only top 3 carnivores like support with the upright pyramid. You can give upright pyramid. Okay, inverted pyramid of biomass. Small standing crop. Okay, inverted pyramid of biomass. Standing crop of phytoplanktons. Standing crop मतलब कि स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप में क्या होता है? बायोमास, लिविंग ऑर्गेनिज्म ना, कंटेंट ऑफ लिविंग ऑर्गेनिज्म at each tropic level. Each tropic level has a certain mass of material at a particular time. Inverted pyramid of biomass. Small standing crop. Inverted biomass. Small standing crop of phytoplanktons support large standing crop of zooplankton. Inverted pyramid of biomass. Small standing crop of phytoplanktons. Phytoplanktons companies support large standing crop of zooplankton. Inverted pyramid. Small standing crop of phytoplankton supports large standing crop of zooplanktons. Biomass sharp decrease. So top three is supported. pyramid of numbers, okay. kg per meter square, 809 kg per meter square, 37. 6 minutes. Top 3. Top carnivores are supported in ecosystem based on production. Pyramid of number. Top 3 carnivores like support got this. Okay, biomass. Sharp decrease in biomass at higher trophic level. Inverted pyramid of biomass. Smaller standing crop of phytoplankton supports large standing crop of zooplanktons. Okay, this is okay energy, right? An ideal pyramid of energy. Observe pyramid of energy. Observe that primary producers converts only 1% of the energy in the sunlight available to them into NPP. Okay, an ideal pyramid of energy. Observe that primary producers convert only 1%. 1% but they converts only 1%, only 1% of the energy in the sunlight available to them into NPP. Available, okay. In the sunlight available to them into NPP. Ideal pyramid of energy. Observe that primary producers convert only 1% of the energy in the sunlight available to them into NPP. Net primary production. Second, consumers को लगी available 1% energy means 1% of the energy. 1,000, 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh, 10 lakh. 1 tens, 100, 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000. 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh. 10 लाख जूल की नहीं लिखा है मेरा. ओके 10 लाख जूल के 10% ऑफ 10 लाख 10,000 हुआ ना, है ना, इतना ही होता है ना. 10% ऑफ 10 लाख 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh. 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh. Okay, 10% of 10 lakh. Lakh, 10 lakh. 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh. 10,000. 1 लाख होने पड़ता. अरे क्या झोल किया मैंने. Ten percent of 10 lakh. 1 lakh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 lakh ही दिया है. काउंट करो तो 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10,000 जोल. 10,000. 10% of 10,000. 10% of 10,000. 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000 upon 100. एक गया, ऐसे गया. 1 tens, 100,000. 10% of 10,000, right? 1 tens, 100,000, 10,000. हाँ, 10% of 10,000, 1,000 ही तो होता है. देखो ये गया, ये गया, ये गया, ये गया. 1 tens, 100,000. 1,000, correct. 10% of 1,000. 10% of 1,000 is 100 upon 100. 0, 0 cancel, 0, 0 cancel, 100. Okay. 10% of 100 upon 100. 100, 100 cancel, 10. 10 जूल. सही है. पता नहीं यहाँ से यहाँ पर क्या जंप किया, या फिर यहाँ 1 0 ज़्यादा लिखा है. Producers, primary consumer, secondary consumer, and tertiary consumer. Okay, 1 lakh joule of energy, sunlight. 10,000 joule, 1,000, 100 joule, and 10 joule. 10,000 joule, 1,000 joule, 100 joule and 10 joule, 10% law. Observe that primary producers convert only 1% of the energy in the sunlight available to them into NPP, net primary production. अच्छा ये 1% कन्वर्ट किया है मैंने, 10% कर दिया ना इसका भी, तभी तो मेरा इतना भी ज़्यादा नंबर आ रहा था. 10 lakh, ones, tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh, ones, tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh. 10 lakh into 1 upon 100. गया दूटा जीरो गयो. ones, tens, 1,000, 10,000. हाँ अभी तो सही आया. पहले यहाँ से यहाँ तक 1%. ओके, बाकी सब में 10%. 10% जा रहा है ऊपर के सारे हिस्सों में 10% जा रहा है. यहाँ से यहाँ तक 1%. उत्तम प्रधान sees, are you going to continue or end stream? I'll definitely study. मेरा चैप्टर कंप्लीट ही नहीं हुआ है, इसके बाद मुझे एक और चैप्टर पढ़ना है, उसके बाद ही सोऊंगी. वैसे भी मैं एक बार सो गई तो 12 बजे ही उठ जाऊंगी, तो कुछ पढ़ के ही सो जाती हूँ. 1 2 3 4 5. You are leaving, Shri, or you'll study with me? The ideal pyramid of energy. Observe the primary producers convert only 1% of the energy in the sunlight available to them into net primary production. Net primary production. Excuse me. Any calculation of energy content, biomass or number. Any calculation of energy content, biomass or number has to include all organisms at that tropic level. Any calculation of energy content, biomass or number has to include all organisms at that tropic level. No generalization we make will be true if we take only a few individuals at any tropic level into account. Okay, no generalization we make will be true if we take only a few individuals at any tropic level into account. Also, a given organism may occupy more than one tropic level. Given organism may occupy more than one tropic level. Occupy more than one tropic level, given organism, okay? Simultaneously. Okay, any calculation of energy content, biomass or number has to include all organisms at that tropic level. No generalization we make will be true if we take only a few individuals at any tropic level into account. One must remember that the tropic level represents a functional level, not a species as such. Tropic level represents a functional level, not a species. Tropic level represents a functional level, not a species as such. A given species may occupy more than one tropic level. Given species may occupy more than one tropic level in same ecosystem at the same time. Okay, a given species may occupy more than one tropic level in the same ecosystem at the same time. For example, a sparrow is Sparrow is a primary consumer when it eats seed, fruits, peas. Okay. Primary consumer when it eats seeds, fruits and peas. And a secondary consumer when it eats insect and worms. Can you work out how many tropic level human beings function at in a food chain? Okay. Human can form all the three tropic level. प्राइमरी कंज्यूमर, सेकेंडरी कंज्यूमर एंड टर्सरी कंज्यूमर. क्योंकि हम लोग ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल्स खा सकते हैं, चिकन्स भी खा सकते हैं. और हम लोग चिकन्स को क्या खाते हैं? चिकन्स को किस चीज़ खाता है? कौन सा चीज़ खाता है? आई डोंट नो. छोड़ो. Not chickens, say bird. और हम लोग बर्ड्स को खा सकते हैं अगेन, है ना। देखो प्राइमरी कंज्यूमर्स में हम लोगों ने ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल्स खाया, और ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल्स को कौन खा सकता है? बहुत सारी चीज़ें खा सकता है, जैसे कि एक सिंपल एग्जांपल, थिंक काउ या फिर बीफ, बीफ नहीं ऑक्स, बुल खा सकते हैं, और हम लोग बुल को भी खा सकते हैं। फिर रैबिट बोल सकते हैं। देखो फिश सेकेंडरी कंज्यूमर है ना, सेकेंडरी कंज्यूमर ना, हाँ सेकेंडरी कंज्यूमर फिश, हम फिश को भी तो खा सकते हैं। कैन यू वर्क आउट हाउ मेनी, ठीक है इसमें सारा ही फॉलो कर सकता है मैन। इन मोस्ट इकोसिस्टम ऑल द पिरामिड्स ऑफ number all the pyramids of number of energy and biomass are upright, okay, in most ecosystem producers, okay, in most ecosystem all the pyramids all the pyramids of numbers, energy and biomass are upright, that is producers are more in number and biomass than the herbivores. Producers are more in number and biomass than herbivores, and herbivores are more in number and biomass than the carnivores. Also, energy at lower trophic level is always more, okay, energy at lower trophic level is always more than at higher level. There are exceptions to this generalization. If you were to count the number of insects feeding on a big tree, what kind of pyramid would you get? Inverted, obviously. Now add an estimate of the number of birds depending on the insect, as also the number of larger birds eating the smaller. Draw the shape you get. एक ट्री है, देन उसमें से फ्यू इंसेक्ट्स होंगे, a tree, then few insects which are eaten by a small group of small birds, then few large birds. This is neither inverted nor upright. What kind of pyramid is this? I made something really nasty. Inverted. Okay. Spindle shaped. Oh, I made it right. Spindle shaped. Okay. If you were to count the number of insects feeding on a big tree, what kind of pyramid would you get? Okay, first we get inverted. Now add an estimate of a number of small birds depending on the insect, as also the number of larger birds eating the smaller. Spindle shaped. S-P-I-N-D-L-E, spindle shaped. S-H-A-P shaped. Good job. Spindle shaped, okay. The pyramid of energy. The pyramid of biomass in sea, also the pyramid of biomass in sea is generally, okay, I am not supposed to write this here. I have to write this here. Spindle shaped, S-P-I, spindle shaped, S-H-A-P-D-D, spindle shaped. पहले इतना तो कंप्लीट कर लो, उसके बाद देखते हैं. The pyramid of biomass. Okay. The pyramid of biomass in sea. Pyramid of biomass in C is generally inverted because biomass of fishes far exceeds the phytoplanktons. Okay, pyramid of biomass in C. In C is generally inverted. I'll die. मुझे नहीं जाना है वहाँ पर, लेकिन मैं जाऊँगी. I have to be strong. The pyramid of biomass in sea is generally inverted because the biomass of fish far exceeds that of phytoplankton. Okay, phytoplankton. Okay. Pyramid of energy is always upright. Always. Pyramid of energy is always upright. Pyramid of energy always upright. Can never be inverted. Can never be inverted because when energy flows from a particular tropic level to next tropic level, some energy is always lost as heat. Energy is always lost as heat at each step. Each bar in the energy pyramid indicates the amount of energy present at each tropic level. Each bar in the energy pyramid indicates the amount of energy present at each tropic level in the given time or annually per unit area. मुझे तो अजीब लग रहा है, लेकिन क्या ही कर सकते हैं. Pyramid of energy is always upright, can never be inverted because when energy flows from a particular tropic level to next tropic level, some energy is always lost as heat at each step. Each bar in the energy pyramid indicates the amount of energy present at each tropic level in a given time or annually per unit area. Pyramid of energy is always upright, can never be inverted because when energy flows from a particular tropic level to next tropic level, some energy is always lost as heat at each step. Each bar in the energy pyramid indicates the amount of energy present at each tropic level in a given time or annually per unit area. However, there are certain limitations of ecological pyramid, such as it does not take into account the same species belonging to two or more tropic levels. However, there are certain limitations. However, there are certain limitations of ecological pyramid. Limitations of ecological pyramids, such as it does not take an account of the same species belonging to two or more tropic level. Does not take an account the species belonging to does not take into account the same species belonging to two or more tropic level. Limitation. कितना खराब लग रहा है ना, लेकिन क्या ही कर सकते हैं पढ़ने के अलावा. मुझे नहीं सोचना चाहिए, मैं उससे सोच के पागल होने वाली हूँ. फालतू का टेंशन आता है मुझे. However, there are certain limitation. ये तो पढ़ाई से रिलेटेड भी नहीं है, इसी वाली चीज़ों का भी मुझे टेंशन होता रहता है. However, there are certain limitations of ecological pyramids, such as it does not take into account the same species belonging to two or more tropic level. It assumes a simple food chain, something that almost never exists in nature. Something that almost never exists in nature. It does not accommodate a food web. Moreover, overthinking always. कोई लोग तो ऐसा होता है ना, 5 मिनट टेंशन करके एकदम फ्रीली हंसते रहते हैं. मैं ऐसा क्यों नहीं होती. Something that almost never exists in nature does not accommodate a food web. Something that almost never exists in nature does not accommodate a food web. Moreover, saprophytes are not given any place in ecological pyramids. Okay, दो ही तो है limitations. It does not take into account the same species belonging into two or more trophic level. It assumes a simple food chain, something that almost never exists in nature. It does not accommodate food web. Moreover, saprophytes are not given any. This is true. Simple food chain does not accommodate a food web. खराब भी लग रहा है यार मुझे. Moreover, saprophytes are not given any place. Saprophytes are not given any place. मुझे बुरा लग रहा है, लेकिन क्या कर सकते हैं? कुछ नहीं कर सकते, बस पढ़ाई करो ना प्लीज. Saprophytes are not given any place in ecological pyramids, even though they play a vital role in ecosystem. Saprophytes are not given any place in ecological pyramid, even though they play a vital role in the ecosystem. Okay. Accommodate. Enough space for somebody, something, especially for a certain number of people to provide. It does not accommodate food web. Okay. However, there are certain limitations of ecological pyramids, such as it does not take into account the same species belonging to two or more trophic levels. It assumes a simple food chain, something that almost never exists in nature. It does not accommodate a food web. Saprophytes are not given any place in ecological pyramid. Even though it plays a vital role in the ecosystem. Finally, ये chapter done हो गया. लेकिन इसका ना मैं क्वेश्चन अभी नहीं करूँगी. ओके, मैं पौखला जाऊँगी ना अगर गलत हुआ तो. रात भर पढ़ा, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ. How many hours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. अप्रोक्सीमेटली 5 घंटा लगा ये चैप्टर कंप्लीट करने में. बायोडाइवर्सिटी भी कर सकते हैं शायद, लेकिन मैं ना बायोटेक करना चाहती हूँ अभी. नौ 10 11 11 पेजेस हैं. बायोटेक में कितना पेज है देखते हैं पहले. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 पेजेस है. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. वैसे मुझे सोने का भी दिल कर रहा है. मेरा दिल लालची हो रहा है. सो जाओ ऐसा करके बोल रहा है. It's not sacrifice, it's penalty for wasted time. ओके, 2 मिनट बचा है. तो मैं क्या करूँ? मैं सोऊं कि मैं पढूं? मैं सोऊं कि मैं पढूं? अगर पढ़ना होगा ना तो मुझे चाय पीना होगा, क्योंकि अभी तो मुझे मेरे पल की झपक रहे हैं सोने के लिए. सो भी पढ़ूं. चाय पीऊं कि नहीं पीऊं? मॉर्निंग डिस्ट्रैक्टेड हो जाती है। नींद भी तो ज़रूरी है ना, मुझे नींद भी आ रही है। हाँ पी लेती हूँ चाय, थोड़ा बनाना पड़ेगा लेकिन। अगर चाय ने सपोर्ट किया तो ना एक चैप्टर कंप्लीट करके सोऊंगी। ओके अभी जा रही हूँ चाय बनाने, सब लोग साथ में पढ़ेंगे। एक और चैप्टर कंप्लीट। ओ इसमें ना ये राइट लगानी भूल गई, मैं इतनी खुशी के साथ यहाँ पर टिक मार्क करूँगी। मैंने एक चैप्टर कंप्लीट किया है, अब मेरे ना ये चैप्टर बचा है बायोटेक, ये वाला कंप्लीट किया तो अभी भी बहुत बचा है यार, बहुत कुछ करना है लेकिन कर लेंगे। मैं चाय बना के आई। ओके Yep, study till. See, I told you. Amma saw her. She's teasing her. Yeah. It was my friend. She told me that she is kicking that cat out of her house because that cat was pooping inside. Amma is scolding me for giving food to the cat. सुबह सुबह का डांट खाना पड़ता है, लेकिन मुझे उस पे दया आ रही थी ना. एंड आई लाइक कैट्स. I hate Amma for scolding me, and I hate my friend for kicking that cat out of her house. पढ़ते हैं, डांट खाने के बाद क्या ही पढ़ेंगे. सुबह सुबह डांट खा लेती हूँ कुत्तों की तरह. Just scare her fondly. स्टार्ट करें. मिनट रख दिया है सेशन. कहाँ से हो? मुझे लग रहा है घर से हूँ. दिखने में तो घर ही जैसा लग रहा है. गुड लक श्री. Who cares? I do. हाँ, मुझे ओवरथिंक नहीं करना चाहिए. 1 3 है ना. मुझे काफ़ी बुरा लग रहा है. काफ़ी से भी बहुत, काफ़ी ज़्यादा. क्या कर सकते हैं यार. क्या करना था? कुछ नहीं करना था, पढ़ना था, टाइमर ऑन करना था. Biotechnology and its application. Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale. with industrial scale production. Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants, and animals. The application of biotechnology includes therapeutics, diagnostic, genetically shut up, genetically modified crop for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment, and energy production. Three critical research area of biotechnology, providing the best catalyst in the form of improved organism, usually a microbes or pure enzyme, creating optimal condition through engineering for a catalyst to act, and downstream processing technology to purify the protein organic compound. I'll hit you. Array. Biotechnology as you would have learned. Do I look that tasty? This cat is biting me literally. ये लोग कितना क्यूरियस होते हैं हर चीज़ को लेके. इसके पास ना वो है जो पेट लोगों के पास होता है, टिक्स बोलते हैं ना, वो था शायद. अभी मैंने अपनी हुडी पे देखा एक टिक, लेकिन ये इतना क्यूट है कि मुझे इसको ना अभी भी रखने का दिल कर रहा है. लेकिन अम्मा ने देखा तो इसके साथ साथ मुझे भी निकाल देंगी घर से. तभी सुमनी ने भी इसको घर से फेंक दिया होगा. इसके पास टिक है और ये घर के अंदर ही धूप करता था. लेकिन कितना प्यारा है, देखो ना कितने प्यार से सो रहा है. इसके पास बहुत सारे टीके, लेकिन मुझे इसको फेंकने का दिल नहीं कर। I'll show you. कोई इतने प्यारे कैट को कैसे फेंक सकता है? लेकिन इसके पास बहुत सारे टिक है, मुझे दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन आई थिंक ड्रग स्टोर से ले सकते हैं इसके लिए दवा, लेकिन अम्मा रखने ही नहीं देती। कितना प्यारा है। यानी के पास भी था एक बिल्कुल ऐसे ही कलर का। Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production. Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biological using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants, and animals. The application of biotechnology includes therapeutics, diagnostics, genetically modified crops for agriculture, ब्रेन्ड खोला नि छ्या नभन्नु मलाई यहाँनिर लाइभमा सुन्छ पो त। बुढी भाउजू छैन, छेत्री बाहुन खालके यहाँ तल्लोपट्टिको अझै त्यस्तै अलिकति अर्को ठुलो खालके पनि छ। मैले लिएको होइन, यसलाई आफै आएको नि हो। हाम्रो घरको यहाँभित्र मुसा पनि छैन, बसोस् खाओस् न मुसा लैजाओस् न। सोच्छु मैले दिएको होइन, आफै आएर काखमा बस्यो नि, मैले राखिदिइहालेँ। उयो जस्तो लागेन आमा? त्यो परको बोजू छ नि एउटा, उसको छोराले कुट्यो भन्थ्यो नि। त्योभन्दा अलिक होचो छ है तर। Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with the। इस बार मेरा सैलरी जैसे ही आएगा ना, मैं ड्रग स्टोर जाके इसकी टिक मारने के लिए दवा लेके आऊँगी, और शायद ये मेरे साथ भी रहे। प्यारा तो है। As you would have from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biological using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants, and animals. The application of biotechnology includes therapeutics, diagnostic, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment and एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन. लेकिन ना मेरा ना पैर ना दुख रहा है ऐसे करके बैठने से. हाँ भैया म अघि भने म सोधिदिइहाल्छु. जान्छौ हाम्रो घरमा मुसा पनि त छ. एक पल के लिए तो लगा कि अम्मा रखने देंगी, लेकिन शायद नहीं दे. अगर ये ना वो घर के अंदर ही पोप करता है ना तो मैं साफ कर दूंगी, लेकिन इस टिक का क्या करे? टिक को तो हटाना पड़ेगा ना. As you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production. एक मिनट, हाँ मुझे ना ऐसे करके बैठने में ना दिक्कत हो रही है. ऐसे करके बैठती हूँ. अब सेट. म्याऊ ने मेरा टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया. इसके लिए भी यहाँ पर एक ना कार्टून रखना चाहिए ताकि ये अच्छे से सो सके, है ना. ये इतना प्यारा कैसे हो सकता है? देखो ना कितने प्यारे से सो रहा है. मुझे ना जोर से पढ़ने में ना ही जोर से पढ़ने से ही याद आता है ना. देखिए ना ये सो रहा है ना, इसलिए मुझे जोर से पढ़ने का दिल ही नहीं कर रहा है. इसका नाम क्या रखें? मूसी रखना चाहिए आई थिंक इसका नाम. रूबी ना, कुछ ज़्यादा ही फैंसी हो गया. रूबी. राहुल राठौर. तुम कैट से पूछ रहे हो या मुझसे पूछ रहे हो? बायोटेक्नोलॉजी एज. श्री तुम ना राहुल को ना हाइड कर दो ना इस चैनल से. मेरे हाथ खाली नहीं है. या फिर इसको किक आउट कर दो चैनल से ही. लेकिन इसको बैन करना ही अच्छा रहेगा, इसलिए ना हाइड कर दो प्लीज़. हाइड भी कर दो श्री. हाँ श्री हाइड भी कर दो. शुभम आर यू देयर? आर यू लिसनिंग श्री? इसको ना हाइड भी कर दो. Biotechnology, as you have already learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biologic. Thank you, Sri. Industrial scale production of pharmaceuticals and biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. ये लोग इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें कैसे कमेंट सेक्शन में लिख सकते हैं या फिर चैट सेक्शन में लिख सकते हैं? Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. Essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals. Industrial scale production essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plant and animals, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. Production of biopharmaceuticals, biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, genetically modified microbes, genetically modified fungi and genetically modified plants. Modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. The applications of biotechnology includes therapeutics, diagnostics, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment. The application of biotechnology include therapeutics. Application of biotechnology include therapeutics, diagnostics, diagnostic, genetically modified crops in agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment, and energy production. Deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biological using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. The application of biotechnology includes therapeutics, diagnostics, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment and energy production. आई थिंक उसको हाथ में सोने की ही आदत है. देखो ना खुजला रहा है, उसकी टिक ना मेरे बेड पे तरफ जाएगा. मैं थक गई ना तुम्हें उठाते उठाते। आई थिंक इसको ना सुमनी ने हाथ में ही सुलाया होगा ना, इसलिए इसको हाथ में सुनना ज़्यादा पसंद है। ओके आजा। मैं इसके साथ नहीं पढ़ सकती, इसको बाहर भगा देते हैं ना, इसकी वजह से टाइम वेस्ट होगा। यहाँ पर अगर कुछ बिछा सके तो यहाँ पर क्यों नहीं सो सकता? वेल मेरे पास ना एक टॉवल है, इसको ना वहाँ पर रैप कर देते हैं, लेकिन इसका टिक वहाँ पर भी जाएगा। गो देयर। ओके तो अंदर जा, लेकिन ज़बरदस्ती करने से शायद ये ना सोए। चुपचाप सो जा। इसको हाथ से रैप करना पसंद है क्या, या फिर पता नहीं इसको क्या पसंद है। सो जा। इसको समझ में भी नहीं आ रहा होगा मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ। Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biological. Using the application of biotechnology includes therapeutics. देखो ना यहाँ लैब में इतनी अच्छी तरीके से सो जाता है ये। एक मिनट, हाँ हलचो देखो तो। अरे बैकग्राउंड ये क्या हो गया, ग्रीन हो गया। लेट मी चेंज इट। सी, कुछ भी करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, अच्छे से सो रहा है। Biotechnology, as you would have learned from the, और ये किसी के लैब में इतना ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल कैसे हो सकता है? देखो ना कान ऐसे करके ढक रहा है जैसे मेरी आवाज़ से उसे परेशानी हो रही हो। ट्राई करिए इसको बुक के ऊपर रखने का। आई डोंट थिंक ये सोएगा तब। इतना दुखी लगता है ना। खुद की ही इमेज वहाँ पर देख के ना डर गया होगा. इट्स ओके, दैट इज जस्ट यू. ये मेरा बुक है ना, तो यहाँ से मुझे पढ़ना था, लेकिन मैं दूसरा बुक अपने सामने खोल रही हूँ ना, इसलिए इसको मैंने फेंक दिया उस तरफ. मेरे पास 2 ब्लैंकेट तो है यहाँ पर, लेकिन मैं एक भी इसको नहीं देना चाहती. अस्तगफिरुल्लाह. आई थिंक ये सुन रहा है आँखें बंद करके. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals. इंडस्ट्री. ओके, अब पक्का वाला पढ़ते हैं. ओके, इसको देख के डिस्ट्रैक्ट मत होना. इंडस्ट्रियल स्केल प्रोडक्शन ऑफ बायोफार्मास्यूटिकल्स एंड biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. The application of biotechnology includes therapeutics. इसने ना टिक फैला दिया है शायद. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals. Industrial scale production of biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. Genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biologicals using thank you. Astaghfirullah nahi, alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. Industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biological using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants and animals. The application of biotechnology include therapeutics, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment and energy production. Biopharmaceuticals and biologicals using genetically modified microbes, fungi, plants, animals. The application of biotechnology include therapeutics, diagnostic, the application of biotechnology include therapeutics, diagnostic generally. The application of biotechnology include therapeutics, diagnostic, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment and energy production. Crop production. Genetically modified crop production for agriculture. Genetically modified crop for agriculture. Then waste treatment and energy production, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food. The application of biotechnology include therapeutics, genetically modified crops for agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment and energy production. पता नहीं एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन में किसे हेल्प करता है, लेकिन बायोरेमिडिएशन क्या आता है? ये बायोरेमिडिएशन processed food agriculture, processed food, bioremediation, waste treatment and energy production, and energy production. Waste treatment and energy production. Three critical research areas of biotechnology are providing the best catalyst in the form of improved organisms, usually a microbe or pure enzyme. Providing the best catalyst in the form of improved organism, usually a microbes or pure enzyme or microbes. Providing best catalyst. Providing, हाँ वो एलेक्स ट्रू आर यू देयर? नहीं, एलेक्स इतनी जल्दी नहीं आएगा. एलेक्स अराउंड 3 के आसपास होता है ना, तो कौन इतनी जल्दी उठेगा? अभी 6 ही हुआ है. आई थिंक एस भी चला गया है सोनी. प्रोवाइडिंग द बेस्ट कैटलिस्ट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ इम्प्रूव्ड ऑर्गेनिज्म, यूजुअली अ माइक्रोब्स और प्योर एंजाइम. Providing the best catalyst in the form of improved organism, usually a microbes or pure enzyme. Providing the best catalyst. Three critical research area of biotechnology are providing best catalyst, usually in the form of catalyst or enzyme. Providing the best catalyst in the form of improved organism, usually a microbes. ओ शुभम तो है. ओके शुभम, अरे नहा जाने से पहले बताना एसपी. In the form of improved organism, usually a microbes or pure enzyme. Providing the best catalyst in the form of improved organism, usually a microbes or pure enzyme. Usually a microbes or pure enzyme. Creating optimal condition through engineering for a catalyst to act. Condition, okay. Creating optimal conditions. Best catalyst. Creating optimal condition through engineering for a catalyst to act. Creating optimal conditions through engineering for a catalyst to act. Downstream processing technologies to purify. Okay, downstream processing technologies to purify the protein organic compound. Let us now learn how human beings have used biotechnology to improve the quality of human life, especially in the field of food production and health. Human beings have used biotechnology to improve the quality of human life, especially in the field of food production and health. In the field of food production and health. In the field of food production and health. Biotechnological application in agriculture. Biotechnological applications in agriculture. Let us take a look at the three options that can be thought for increasing food production. Agrochemical based
Mm,
मैं अपने कंधों का बोझ नहीं उठा सकती, मेरा एक साइड का फिर से ना ये दर्द करने लगा। मैं ना ऊपर चढ़ जाती हूँ यहाँ पर, ताकि आई थिंक थोड़ा इजी होता है मुझे। सॉरी म्याऊ। मैं ना टेबल को यहाँ पर शिफ्ट कर लेती हूँ। हटा देते हैं। तो आई कैन स्टडी यहाँ से, है ना? यू कैन सी मी, आई गेस यू कैन। अपना पिलो भी मैं यहाँ पर रख लेती हूँ। टाइमर को भी सेट कर लेती हूँ। Biotechnology and its application. Biotechnology, as you have learned from the previous chapter, essentially deals with industrial scale production of biopharmaceuticals and biologicals using genetically modified crops. Okay, यहाँ पर छोड़ दो, यहाँ तक मत करो. Human beings have used biotechnology to improve the quality of human life. To improve the quality of human life. Biotechnological applications in agriculture. Okay, biotechnological application in agriculture. Let us take a look at the three options that can be thought for increasing food production. Three options that can be used for increasing food production: agrochemical based agriculture, organic agriculture, and genetically engineered crop based agriculture. Biotechnological applications in agriculture. Biotechnological applications in agriculture. Let us take a look at three options. Okay, मैंने कहाँ पर रख दिया, वहाँ पर है. Okay. Let us take a look at the three options that can be thought for increasing food production. Three options for increasing food production: agrochemical based agriculture, organic agriculture, and genetically engineered crop based agriculture. Genetically engineered crop based agriculture. agrochemical based agriculture, agrochemical based agriculture, agrochemical based agriculture, genetically modified crop based agriculture. The Green Revolution succeeded in tripling the food supply, but yet it was not enough to feed the growing human population. Okay, Green Revolution succeeded in tripling the food supply, but yet it was not enough. It was not enough to feed the growing human population. Green Revolution succeeded. Okay. Increased yields have partly been due to the use of increased yields have partly been due to the use of improved crop varieties, but mainly due to the increased yields have partly been due to the use of improved crop varieties, but mainly due to the use of better management practice and use of agrochemicals, fertilizers and pesticides. However, for farmers in the developing world, agrochemicals are often too expensive. Developing world, okay. And further, increasing in yield with existing varieties are not possible using conventional breeding. Further increases in yield with existing varieties are not possible using conventional breeding. A traditional breeding technique failed to keep pace with the demand and to provide sufficiently fast and efficient system for crop improvement. Another technology called tissue culture got developed. What does tissue culture mean? Tissue culture again. It was learned by scientists during 1950s that whole plant could be regenerated from explants. Excuse me. इसके ना डैंड्रफ से शायद ऐसा हो रहा है या फिर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. Whole plants could be regenerated from explants. That is, any part of a plant taken out and grown in test tube under sterile condition in special nutrient media. Okay. Another technology called tissue culture. Got developed. What does 1950s my scientists study गरेको that whole plant could be regenerated from explants. Explant, that is any part of the plant taken out and grown in a test tube under sterile condition in special nutrient media. This is tissue culture, okay. This capacity to generate a whole plant from any cell explant is called totipotency. The capacity to generate whole plant from any cell explant is called totipotency. Tissue culture, totipotency. Capacity to okay, उसे tissue culture नहीं बोलते हैं. It was learned by the scientists. Okay, whole plant could be regenerated from explant. The capacity to capacity को बोलते हैं ना, ये capacity process को tissue culture ही बोलते हैं. Capacity to generate whole plant from any cell is called totipotency. You will learn how to accomplish this in higher classes. It is important to stress here that the nutrient medium must provide a carbon source, such as sucrose. It is important. The nutrient medium must provide a carbon source. It is important to stress here that the nutrient medium must provide a carbon source. Important to stress here that nutrient medium must provide carbon source. Must provide carbon source such as sucrose, as it also inorganic salt. Carbon source, inorganic salt, vitamins, amino acid and growth regulators. Vitamins, amino acid, growth regulators like auxins and cytokinins. Auxin and cytokinin, etc.
A traditional breeding techniques fail to keep pace with demand and to provide a sufficiently fast and efficient system for crop improvement. Another technological tissue culture got developed. What does tissue culture mean? It was learned by scientists during 1950s that whole plant could be regenerated from explants, that is, any part of the plant taken out and grown in a test tube under sterile condition in special nutrient media. Any part of the plant taken out and grown in a test tube under sterile condition in special nutrient media. The capacity to generate a whole plant from any cell explant is called totipotency. Totipotency. Okay. It is important to stress here that the nutrient medium must provide carbon source such as sucrose, and also inorganic salts, vitamins, amino acid, and growth regulator like auxin and cytokinin, etc. It is important to stress here that the nutrient medium must provide a carbon source. Nutrient medium must provide a carbon source such as sucrose, inorganic nutrients, inorganic salts, vitamins, amino acid, and growth regulator. Amino acid and growth regulator. Amino acid and growth regulator. I think ये उठने की कोशिश कर रहा है. Carbon source such as sucrose and also inorganic salt, vitamins, amino acid, and growth regulator like auxins and cytokinin. Vitamins, amino acid, and growth regulator must provide a carbon source such as sucrose and inorganic salt, vitamins, amino acid, and growth regulators like auxins, cytokinins, etc. By application of this method, it is possible to achieve By application of this method, it is possible to achieve propagation of large number of plants in very short duration. By application of tissue culture, it is possible to achieve propagation of large number of plants in very short duration. This method of producing thousands of plants through tissue culture is called micropropagation. Method of producing thousands of plants through tissue culture is called micropropagation. Method of producing thousands of plants using tissue culture is called micropropagation. Method of producing thousands of plant using tissue culture. Producing thousands of plant using through tissue culture is called micropropagation. Micropropagation. Each of this plant will be genetically identical to the original plant from which they were grown. That is, they are soma clones. What is the meaning of soma clone? Clone. Plant will be genetically identical to the original plants from which they were grown. Soma clones. Thousands of plants produced through tissue culture will be genetically identical to the original plant from which they were grown. Soma clones. Many important food plants like tomato, banana, apple, etc. have been produced on commercial scale using this method. Many important food plant like tomato, banana, apples, etc. have been produced on commercial scale using this method. Try, okay, ठीक है बना सकते tomato, banana, apple, etc. Tomato, banana, apple, TBA. Tomato, banana, apple, etc. have been produced on commercial scale. Using this method. Try to visit a tissue culture laboratory with your teacher to better understand and appreciate the process. Another important application of the method is the recovery of healthy plant. From diseased plant. Okay, another important application of the method is the recovery of healthy plant from diseased plants. Even if the plant is infected with the virus, the meristem, apical and axillary, is free of virus. Another important application of this method is the recovery of healthy plant from diseased plant, even if the plant is infected. Even if the plant is infected with a virus,
अनदर कौन चिल्ला रहा है? शुभम जा रहे हो या श्री जा रहा है? I'll go by sis, good luck. Okay, good night श्री, अगर तुम सोने वाले हो तो. शुभम तुम कब तक पढ़ोगे? मैं ये चैप्टर कंप्लीट कर लूँ क्योंकि मुझे भी थोड़ा थोड़ा नींद आ रहा है, लेकिन ये चैप्टर कंप्लीट कर लेती हूँ ना, छोटा सा ही तो है.
Tomato, banana, apple, etc. have been produced on commercial scale using this method. Try to visit a tissue culture laboratory with your teacher to better understand and appreciate the process.
Another important application. तुम भी चले गए क्या शुभम? मुझे ना वहाँ कुछ नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है, तो मैंने स्पेक को भी फुकाल के वहाँ पर रख दिया है. शुरू पढ़ते हैं.
Another important application of the method is the recovery of healthy plant from diseased plant. Even if the plant is infected with a virus, the meristem, apical and axillary, both apical, meristem, apical and axillary is free of virus. Hence, one can remove the meristem and grow it in vitro. Remove the meristem and grow in vitro to obtain virus-free plant. Okay. Scientists have succeeded in culturing meristem of banana, sugarcane and potato. Okay, ये तो important है. Scientists have succeeded in culturing meristem of banana, sugarcane and potato. BSP, BPS. BP बढ़ जाती है किसके कारण? शुगर के कारण. ऐसे याद कर सकते हैं. B से बनाना, P से पोटैटो, S से sugarcane. Scientists have succeeded culturing meristem of banana, sugarcane BP, मतलब कि potato. Another important application of this method is the recovery of healthy plant from diseased plant. Recovery of healthy plant from diseased plant. Recovery of healthy plant from diseased plant. Soma clones. Plant will be genetically identical to the original plants. Food like tomato, banana, etc. Tomato, banana, apple, TBA have been produced on commercial scale using this method. Totipotency, micropropagation. Producing thousands of plants through tissue culture is called micropropagation. Soma clones, thousands of plants will be genetically identical. अरे मैं इसको क्यों लॉक नहीं कर सकती? कर दिया. Genetically identical to the plant, genetically identical to the original plant. Genetically identical to the original plant from which they were grown. They are soma clones. Okay, soma clones. Many important food like tomato, banana and apple etc. have been produced on commercial scale using this method. Try to visit it. Okay, छोड़ दो वहाँ पर. Recovery of healthy plants from diseased plant. Example of succeeded culturing meristem, banana, sugarcane and potato etc. भी लिखा है. Scientists have even isolated single cell from plants. Scientists have even isolated single cell from plants after digesting their cell wall, have been able to isolate naked protoplast surrounded by plasma membranes. Scientists have even isolated single cell from plants and after digesting their cell wall, have been able to isolate naked protoplast. Surrounded by plasma membrane. Scientists have even isolated single cell from plants and after digesting their cell wall have been able to isolate naked protoplast surrounded by plasma membrane. Isolated protoplast from two different varieties of plant. isolated protoplast from two different varieties of two different varieties of plants, each having a desirable character, can be fused to get hybrid protoplast, protoplast, which can be further grown to form a new plant. These hybrids are called somatic hybrids, while the process is called somatic hybridization. Somatic hybrid and somatic hybridization. Am I visible? It's okay. Hybrids are called somatic hybrid, and the process is called somatic hybridization, Isolated protoplasm from two different varieties of plant, each having a desirable character, can be fused to get hybrid protoplast, which can be further grown to form a new plant. These hybrids are called somatic hybrids, while the process is called somatic hybridization. Imagine a situation when a protoplast of tomato is fused with that of potato, and then they are grown to form new hybrid plant combining tomato and potato characteristics. Well, this has been achieved, resulting in the formation of pomato. Unfortunately, this plant did not have all the desired combination of characters for its commercial utilization. Pomato. Okay. Pomato. Okay, imagine a situation when a protoplast of tomato is fused with potato, and then they are grown to form new hybrid plant combining tomato and potato characteristics. Well, this has been achieved, resulting in the formation of pomato. Unfortunately, the plant did not have the desired combination of characteristics. desired combination of characteristics for its commercial utilization. Did not have the desired combination of characteristics for commercial utilization. Is there any alternative path that our understanding of genetics can show? Is there any alternative path that our understanding of genetics can show so that farmer may obtain maximum yield from their fields? Is there any alternative path that our understanding of genetics can show so that farmers can obtain maximum yield from their fields? Is there a way to minimize the use of fertilizers and chemicals so that their harmful effect on the environment are reduced? Use of genetically modified crop is a possible solution. Use of genetically modified crops. Modified crops is a possible solution. Is there any alternative path that our understanding of genetics can show so that the farmers understanding of genetics can show so that the farmer can obtain maximum yield? Okay, obtain maximum yield from their field. Is there a way to minimize use of fertilizer and obtain maximum yield? Obtain maximum yield, minimum use of fertilizers and chemicals so that their harmful effects on the environment are reduced. Okay, use of genetically modified crop is a possible solution. Genetically modified crop. Is a possible solution. Plants, bacteria, fungi, and animals whose genes have been altered by manipulations are called genetically modified organisms, GMO. Plants, bacteria, fungi. Plants, bacteria, and manipulations are called genetically modified organisms. Plant, bacteria, fungi, and animals. Plants, bacteria, fungi, and animals whose genes have been altered by manipulation. Okay, altered genes. के चाहिँ अक्वल जेनेटिकली खै कहाँ फाटेछ देख्दैन त ए उ यहाँ फाटेछ है
ले पछाडि छ यही फाटेछ
ले
हिजो म यतिकै आएको थिएँ त
अनि कहिले भन्दैन के भन्छ
के भन्छ
यस्तो लगाएर आएछ भनेछ मनमा त भन्यो होला नि त
त्यो फ्यान लगाएको कसले पो हेर्छ
है आमा ब्युटिफुल पनि छैन है भरे हेऱ्यो भने मोटुले हेऱ्यो होला अब
मोटोसँग थिएन हिजो
ए
पोखरसँग थियो ठाउँ फाटेर मर्छ हिजो फाट्छ होला ल म जलाइदिन्छु मलाई यस्तो बदनाम पुरा रिस उठ्यो
ए हो त च्याप्टेको पो रहेछ त नि बा भिजा पिरामा बस्दाखेरि काँटीले तान्यो कि भाइ साहब use of genetically modified चिकू
तेरो बिरालो हेर्नु बोलाएको त्यहाँ अवस्थामा मारि पो दिन्छ
म सोधिहाल्छु नि अघि भने
रातेरी बिरालो माया गर्ने भएर त ईश्वरमा हगिदियो त खेदा
सुम्निम त त्यही हो आई थिङ्क यसलाई रुमभित्र थुनेर राख्नु हुँदैन हौ बाहिर राख्नुपर्छ या फेरि खलानी लिएर राखिदियो भने चाहिँ हग्छ होला Is there any alternative? Okay, ये तो पढ़ लिया था ना. Plants, bacteria, fungi, and animals whose genes have been altered by manipulations are called genetically modified organisms, GMO. GM plants have been useful in many ways. Genetic modification. मैं अभी चली जाती हूँ ना, मुझे वैसे भी तो याद है जो पढ़ रही हूँ वो. Bye all. मिलते हैं फिर कभी अगर